All right. I think I'm good, chat. Hello. Welcome in, everyone. How goes? Hopefully everything's fine. We're here. We're doing Dwarf Fortress. We got the sleeples in. Sleeples for the peoples. Things are going. We have announcements to make. Hello, Moose Moose. Apparently we're in an ad. Also, what is that formatting? What happened to the camera? What the fuck? Why is the camera so far over? Is it supposed to be? Actually, hold on. As a secondary thing, I've been formatting it down for some reason to be a 4:3 because I'm an idiot. Hello? If I just had more space. Hold on, give me a sec. We're going to look behind the scenes. I think I had it 4:3 because that's what my frame was. What if I just take the frame off? Is this good? I have a bit of... Which side? Over here. I have a bit of empty space because I think that was why I did it. It's because I never sit way over here. This is too far away from the microphone. But this would be more in the middle. Hold on. I'm going to rotate it. We all know what happens. Half the time I rotate it, we lose the camera feed. And then raise a little. Let's try it. Fuck it. Hello. So, couple things. Good evening, Moose Moose. Vorpalim, Admiral Wiley. Come on down. The dwarf is right. If you get the dwarf's name exactly right, you get to reach into my pocket and grab $1. Isn't that what they did on The Price is Right? If you got the price right, you got to like reach into the pocket to grab $1. It was weird, wasn't it? All right, I believe we are back. So now me being weird is no longer important. Hello. Things are happening. I feel like that's slightly loud. I'm going to lower the game's music audio real quick. Hello, everyone. How goes it?
Don't forget to spade and neuter your pets.
Don't forget to spay and do things to your pets. There's been a DF hack update, and there have been other updates as well. Hold on. I need the patch notes. That's compatibility. This is a proper one, right? Because we haven't streamed since March 1st. I think this is a first proper one. So I'm gonna skip a lot of the things for adventure mode, as I'm not really an adventure mode sort of streamer. But we'll do the other ones. Spectate mode got a massive update. But here's the thing. Even if we don't spectate, it got a massive update because it does things. So first of all, you can just hit Control, Shift, and S, and it puts you in spectate mode. And you can use the arrows for who you want to spectate. And you can set it up for how often it'll jump to other people and do things. Very nice. Very awesome. That is cool. I do not want to undersell that. We might do that for whenever I have to go on bathroom breaks and shit. Just saying. Very awesome. The thing that I want to really gush over, though, is if you turn spectate mode off, the overlay that you activate in that GUI stays on. So even if we're not spectating, we can now just see what everyone's doing. We may need to turn it off because they move around a lot. But if we're ever paused, we can be like, what is this idiot doing? So whenever I'm screaming at the one dwarf going outside, when I'm like, hey, the enemy is here. Let's everyone get the fuck inside. Where are you going? Now we can see at a glance why the hell they're ignoring me. Yay! This may end up annoying, and I'll probably turn this off, but I feel like I'm going to be turning this on at some point. I like this. You can configure... Oh, that was the wrong one. You can configure what it shows, including what their current job is, how stressed they are, and their name. Now, the name is obviously way too much information. We're not going to get anything going there. And we may or may not want the stress. Like, we could turn the stress on easily. But I don't know. I kind of think the thing following them and saying, what is this person going to do? I kind of like that. By the way, stress is on the S button. Job is on the J button. Okay. Like I said, we don't even have to have spectate mode on to keep that GUI on. I really like this. I don't know about you guys. Like I said, it might be too much for some areas. But like, I don't know, we got 5 people here drinking. This means that the drink's not getting brought over to the tavern because we don't have a tavern. See? Look, 5 seconds and we're already finding issues. I got to turn my AC on. We're already finding issues. All right. Very useful. Absolutely love it. They made sitemap be easier to use, and it's Control-G now at any point. I never understood what sitemap was. I'm an idiot, chat. You know how many menus I keep going into to find people? You can just now hit Control-G and find creatures, locations, or artifacts, and just be like, yo, where's the book? Click on it. That guy's got the book. Why does that guy got the book? I don't know. Was that book stolen? I don't know. I'm starting to wonder now because this guy has a book. Why do you got a book? Oh, because it's a book. It's on an artifact. Yeah, that's okay. I forgot that books count as artifacts no matter what. Because we did have an artifact get stolen, and I probably need the justice system sooner rather than later. But if you were unaware of that, that's what sitemap was. I always had it in my head that sitemap was a way to search on the world map for sites. That is not what it does. It is an index of your current site and where in the map you can go to find it. That is really useful. Love that. That more spectate stuff, adventure message stuff. We can just make notes anywhere now. That is neat. That is what's Control-N, I think. Control-N, you could just say, hey, what happened here? What happened there? So we can get like a history or save ideas. That way, if I forget what the hell I'm doing, we can just create these little notes around and they'll be nice. Cheese making can now be made according to milk supplies. I have never really done my own making of cheese, probably because it's a bit difficult to do it automatically, but now we have a script to do that. So I may be doing auto cheese. Just, you know, again, I haven't really done cheese industry, but we're going to have to look into that. And, yeah, so they got some new features on things, new tools. I really love that spectate and shows you that overlay and other times. Those are the big things I am tracking. Also, chat, I have been in contact. Brace yourself, chat. I have been in contact with the DF Hack people. I don't know if any of you are in their Discord, but I accidentally caused a little bit of drama by trying to not cause drama. Special shout out. I gotta gift him subs to whatever channel he wants or something. Special shout out to Squid Coder. I don't think Squid Coder streams. Does he stream? I don't think Squid Coder streams. I'll do a shout out anyways. I can't remember if Coder has an underscore or not. I know how I can tell. Hold on. It's always the underscores that throw me off. Yes, there is an underscore. Oh, okay. So they have been known to stream before.
Watching Repo.
I have been working with Squid Coder as like an intermediary between me and DF Hack because this personality type does not bode well for calm and sensible discourse. So Squid Coder has been getting DF Hack's communications, relaying them to me, staying on the phone, on the Discord phone call while I freak the fuck out for 15 minutes and then go, oh, I suddenly understand exactly what you're saying. Yeah, that's a good idea. The patience of a saint Squid Coder has. But this has been going well, and I have been working on, me and Squidcoder's been working on getting my tool in, and I've been working on getting the tool working. We are at the point where control panel, we've had to do some changes, but we have been working to get Jim in the DF hack. It is not in yet. This is a version of it that, we've been working on, and I put it back into my thing, to test things out. It's not completely all there. There are some more files I was supposed to put in. Squidcoder walked me through how to manually incorporate it, and I half listened, which is unusual for me. But we have auto training script to try to do the gains. I don't think I have the training thing up for them, but now, because it remembers what's going on, I can do enable auto training. Ta-da! It works! Also, part of the code that is on mine but is not in the other one is that it tells you everyone who's in the queue, because we were having some counting issues. So ignore the list of names. That was from a troubleshooting version of the thing that I had to put in. But yeah, no. So I don't know when, I don't know how, but at some point, our gym should hit DF hack, barring anything going catastrophically wrong. So goofy thing though, come to find out, my way of doing the code was woefully bad. was woefully bad. There have been a lot of changes to the code where I brute forced. So hold on, bear with me, chat, just so you can all get a giggle out of this. That's not gonna work. I don't have a valid target. Not you. Not you. I don't want a visitor. Bowser's not a visitor. So, as y'all recall, from those of you who were here when I was...
Blank, what code crimes will I witness today?
What code crimes? Well, most of the code crimes have been fixed, but let's put it this way. Dwarf Fortress is a game. It has scripts. You can tell the Dwarf Fortress, hey, as an example for assigning the squad, run Dwarf Fortress code assign to squad. Assign this dude to squad. Do necessary shit to assign to squad. Dwarf is now in squad. That makes sense. Why would a game not do that? Well, if any of you recall from the few programming streams I did of this, what I kept doing was going through the GM editor, finding every variable that applied to being in a squad, and manually placing every single variable across the game to put them in the squad. Which works. It does work, except for a few things that I did not ever think to look at because they are not a dwarf variable, such as, did we tell the world they're in a squad? Like, this appears to be the big thing that was wrong with my script. There is a thing in DF hack that is out/coming out that is a module to make it easy to assign dwarves to squads and to do it correctly. My way of doing it apparently was actually pretty damn close, but because of the way I researched it, I neglected half the code, essentially, where what my script did was tell the dwarf it was in the squad, and it told my fort that in that squad there was a dwarf at that location. I never created any historical figure association with it, so there was never anything in the histories/world generations of the world. There just wasn't. So basically, long term, that would mean that if I abandoned the fort and it had an active gym, those dwarves would be able to leave or do something because they weren't tied to a squad. And then it might try to call the squad. Like, I did not tell the game that I had done it. I told the fort I did it. I told the dwarf I did it. I never told the game that I did it, which that can cause problems. Hello, Kimmy M420. Which that is kind of humorous in my opinion. Hold on, let me get you in. You got Dwarf 16. That is 14, 15, 16. Skip the child, skip the child, skip the child. I guess you're going to be a dancer. Kimmy, did you wake up this morning and think to yourself, I'm going to be a dancer? Kimmy M420, the first, the dancer. Let's save, get you in. We got that in. So that is the thing that has needed to be done. And if there was such an issue with assigning a dwarf to a squad, you can imagine that I had missed a few things on removing a dwarf from the squad. This is apparently no bueno, because there's a possibility it can cause...
It's pushing time.
There's a possibility that it can cause problems. That's not the big problem. There is a way in the scripts and codes to say, hey, I'm at this site. Do this at this site. So, for instance, if the script is supposed to put a dwarf at my fort here into the squad, there is an easy way to say, at my fort, look for dwarf. That is not what we were doing, chat. What we were doing was every so often at the 5,000 ticks, my old script would scan every unit in the entirety of the world, then figure out which of those units were dwarves, then of the dwarves, figure out which ones were in a fort, then of those ones that were in a fort, which ones were in an active fort, then of the ones in an active fort, which ones were in the fort I was playing as or had played as, and then in this pared down list, find a dwarf that maybe wants martial training. So for something that runs automatically, say every 5,000 ticks, you probably don't want it initially spamming every single creature in the entire game. Hey, do you want to join my army? Oh, yes. I've given you the shout out. By the way, there is an is adult check I'm using now. Well, I mean, yeah, I had that. I don't know if we've taken it out of the script now, but my original version of the script did have is adult in that I said, hold on. Chat, I went about this backwards so much. So there is apparently, any sane person would have assumed that this existed. There is a check to see if a dwarf is an adult. Chat, the way I checked to see if a dwarf was an adult was I grabbed all the dwarf and then I excluded all dwarves that had 2 jobs. The 2 jobs I was excluding was, is their job baby or is their job infant? And apparently, I mean, obviously, that's a bit insane, particularly if there is a check to just see if they am adult. Seeing if someone is an adult is way easier than asking every creature in the entire world if their job is baby. Who could have guessed, chat? Yeah, your check is not baby and is not child. Look, it made sense. I don't know. Why would anyone not ask every creature in the entire world if they am baby and then figure out who to put in the squad? That just makes sense. Clearly, you want to make sure not a baby. So, yeah, that is what we have been doing in the background, chat. And as I said for the initial shout out, hello, Dick. Why did I not hear? I should have heard a noise for push-ups, right? I thought I did. Hold on. Chat, are we not getting text-to-speech? Should be on.
I heard the push-ups.
Okay. Maybe I was just so engrossed in my own story I didn't hear it. Are you sure you heard the push-ups and not the dwarf? We are going to need way more water in here. Hopefully they can, at speed, fill this up faster. Like I said, we just got to get it to 2s. We don't need much. We just need 2s in there, and we're guaranteed to be good. Hopefully they can get to 2s. But we're watching water evaporate as we speak, so I'm suspecting that this is not going to work in the long run. Not unless we get real lucky with it. I may need to set up a screw pump water delivery system to get water over to our moat. Yeah, so we need to get the waters to 2s. And if it's going to evaporate in the amount of time we're doing this, we're not going to get it done. Oh no! Dwarf Fort Save Game Bandit has been seriously injured. That's not good. All right, well, I believe we got doctors. He should be getting treated. Petitions. No, I do not need a bard right now. I'm going to cancel most of the alerts because a bunch of those alerts were from when we were getting attacked. I heard push. Okay. We good then. But, yeah, so there have been updates.
At least you didn't vibe code your scripts.
What is vibe code? So here's the thing, though. Here's why I'm getting this. The patience of a saint. I just want everyone to know Squid Coder's patience. On one hand, Squid Coder is trying to convey to me what is normal fucking shit. Like, not that it's bad, but like normal stuff from the DF hack people. Hey, have they done A? Have they done B? Have they done C? Squid Coder tells me I have no clue what these words even are, so my brain just goes haywire for 15 minutes until at some point it just clicks, and then my brain's like, all right, no, everything's good now.
Vibe coding is when you refuse to read code generated by AI and just keep prompting
No.
it for what you want.
I'm not doing AI. No, fuck that. I'm not even sure AI would understand Dwarf Fortress code to begin with. But on the other hand, Squid Coder then was taking what I was freaking out about and saying and trying to convey it to the DF hack people. Because remember, Squid Coder was brave enough and patient enough to be the middleman between me and society. So where it got to a point where DF hack people thought that like Squid Coder was stealing from me? Because Squid Coder was trying to convey that I was worried about the feature creep, because I was freaking out about the feature creep because I wasn't getting feedback from them as to whether or not the core code was acceptable, if that makes sense, for the DF hack. So me freaking out and Squid Coder's trying to politely convey it back like, hey, the streamer, the coder in question is losing his mind, made them start to get agitated at Squid Coder because they thought they're like, no one can touch my code. You have to accept it without looking at it, which is entirely on me for putting Squid Coder there. So I had to do like 12 revisions of what I was saying to DF hack so I can make it the most concise, deliverable statement as I could to be like, no, Squid Coder's doing fine. I'm not freaking out at Squid Coder for asking me these things. I'm just freaking out. I will sign the legal document. Squid Coder is my, I don't know what the term is, legal representative in the DF hack forum, because I keep freaking out over here. So yeah, shout out to Squid Coder for having to be doubly patient of dealing with me and then trying to convey me to DF hack and being in the unfortunate position where suddenly DF hack, I think, thought Squid Coder was stealing from me or something, because they were like, no, you can't do this. You need their permission. And it's like, no, he has my permission. I'm in the corner just cursing about nothing. Like, half the time I was getting anxious and freaking out, which I will say, this is literally like, I don't mean to put things on a disability or whatever and be like, you have to forgive me because of disability. But this reaction, we'll say, to new input about code and shit is like genuinely one of the core things for my VA rating. Like, not even joking. This initial reaction to new information is the crux of the VA rating. Squidcoder would say something probably fucking simple. Probably like, hey, if you want to turn left, you have to stop turning right. And then I would freak the fuck out for like 30 minutes until such time as I would go, put your thumbs together, your fingers to the sky. L is the left one. The other is your right. Left is not right. Oh, that makes sense. Okay. Yeah, no. So yeah, I don't know if any of you are in the DF hack Discord, but you may have seen me in there at some point trying to put out a fire that I was causing. Okay, I'm gonna tell them to stop I don't think, are they? I mean, no, actually, no, we are getting more water. So as long as they keep doing this is dumb. This has gotta be the slowest way to do this. The problem is I can't see the depth of the water when I'm not graphically while I'm down there. The issue is there in terms of the water, that there is a critical amount of water, right? So if we have one water, there's one water that can evaporate, per whatever. If we got 4, there's 4 waters that can check for evaporation. We need to get to 2 to greatly reduce this evaporation level. But in order to get to 2, we need to fill out the surface area completely and then get to 2, meaning we will be at our most evaporative right before we stop evaporating. So if we can get over that hump, we can fill this with water via bucket brigade. If we cannot get over this hump, we may have to port over water. No, I don't want a bard. Cancels fill pond, needs empty bucket, needs empty cage. Okay, you know what? I will make more buckets. But so that is what I was doing on my Thursday. What were you guys doing?
I have the failed to load module message over chat no matter what channel I go to.
Failed to load module message over chat. That's not my script. I don't know what that is, but that one's not my fault. You cannot blame me for that one. That has nothing to do with my insane brute force script. Where is my carpenter? All right, hold on. We have a site map. Can a location tell me about a carpenter? No. Maybe a carpenter would be at a... Nope, okay. I had an idea.
I said it's happening everywhere.
What would Twitch be trying to do that is failing to load? We use willows, right? I need like 5 willow buckets. I could do this via the manager. I'm just gonna do it through here. We're just gonna order up the 5 willow buckets manually. That way I don't have to wait for the manager to see to it. Willow, I would rather have extra buckets than not enough right now. Because if our water filling setup is going slow because we don't have enough buckets, then we're not gonna be able to get over the evaporative hump. You know what I mean? So we need... As much as I tend to not like the stuff that carries the other stuff, because in Dwarf Fortress they do not work well, we're going to need to make more buckets. And then out of my mouth they will pop. I'm Mr. Bucket. Because if that's half my alerts right now. And then we need an empty cage. We need an empty cage for the animal cage system. We need a feed pin, which is I need a pin to put goblins in until such time as I want them to feed. To grab one to feed. So in this entire thing, where can we squeeze in a feed pin? If the outer, like, hold on. Let's back this up, chat. We determined previously that this weird square in the middle is where the public will be able to... This is where the whining, the dining, this is, the people's stuff. The outer area is mostly the employee area. or, you know, using the difference between the two is where we're going to be doing the shit. So if I need to create a feed storage zone, I keep forgetting that I'm filling a wall up here too, aren't I? If we're needing to do something like pecan wood, then what I need to do is find a place to dig a hole or something in which to put goblins in. All right, this one can only go so far because we can't go past that. Pecan, I only have 8. All right, that makes sense. Hello, Caladon K. How goes? Are you special today? I hope you're not, because then we'd have to eat you. It's a special K joke, chat. All right. Petitions, no bards. How are you still injured? Are you getting treated? Evaluated, cleaned, treatment, needs immobilization. We don't have a cast or a splint. That's what the issue right now is. Okay. Hold on. Willow bucket. Splint. Splint. People like apple. If I had a wooden splint, I would want it to smell of apple. Splint. Splint. Apple. Apple. All right, hold on. Let's put this in the the tailor. Let's put this in here. Or what? Wooden splint. I do not need an adamantine splint, though that would be epic. Wooden splint. I need you to make 5 applewood splints. If and when.
Hello, RNG in chat.
We have.
Happy Dorfin Day DPR approve.
Less than 8 splints. If we have less than 8, make 5. Throw that saving, because I'm going to forget. I'm always special. Cannibalism would be a pleasant change at this point. The K in my username stands for kill more. I actually don't know what the K in special K stands for. The other letters of my name have no aliases.
Only 40 minutes
Hide all your
in the
eucalyptus
Discord
for the
announced
terror
you're
known
live.
as Coca-Cola
Seems
5
good.
has come.
Yeah!
Koala
Go
herb.
Discord. I should have checked that myself. I made sure in every other channel that it said I was live, but I always forget to check my own because I presume it'll be fine. I wonder if I could move that script over to my chat bot. Hold on. Hold on. Does Mix It Up work with Discord? Let's see. Channel. No. Commands. New command. Action. There is a Discord command. Send message. I would probably have to sign into Discord for it to know. All right, you know what? You got a point. I'm not going to do it now, but I will make a script and I will get it to say that I'm live. I'll do that
Hello
through my
RNG
script.
and strategists / how is your weekend going?
It's how I do Dwarf Fortress integration. My weekend is going well. I was able to get to sleep. My alarm was not going off throughout the morning. So, like, I woke up with energy and time to spare. Like, I had to use the bathroom because I had some coffee, but I would like to point out my core coffee ran out. Don't judge me. That I've not consumed all the coffee. There was like, let me put it this way. It warmed up outside, right? And whatever it is that I'm allergic to hit in full force. So there's like a
Judgmental stares.
So there was like one, I normally do like a K-cup sort of a thing because I'm lazy. But 2, if I don't have a coffee here, I'm in Massachusetts. If I don't get Dunkin', I will be hung at the stake. I will be hung at the stake
RNGSTR
like a
1
witch.
no op RNGSTR 1 done RNGSTR 1 empty RNGSTR 1 shame.
Do you want to see another Salem witch trial? I will be hung at the stake if I do not get donkeys. Anyways, I forgot where I was. My point is, I got tired again for a couple days, but I pushed through it just because, hugging that thing more. I think because it was just the temp was going up and the ice was melting. I don't know what I'm allergic to. It's got to be mold or something. I don't know what it is.
You're off the hook because you're in an apartment.
Yeah.
Lou.
But like I said, I got this. I'm not even consumed at all. I don't even have I need to drink it awake. No, I woke up early. Things are good. Things are going well. I do not know. I may not be streaming Tuesday. Just a heads up. I don't know what's happening on Tuesday. I may not be streaming Tuesday. I need a closer pond. If we're going to be doing this, it would probably be helpful if I had a closer pond. Hold on. I'm going to make there be a closer pond.
New laptop, nice Caladon. I don't necessarily like laptops. Only had one in my entire life.
No, wait, hold on. No, that would get rid of the entire road. If I get rid of that and that, I can use that as a water source. We're not getting rid of that because it's miners and the miners are mining. Hold on. Control G. Can this search for miner? We only have one person that says he's a miner. What are y'all doing? What is down here? Oh my God. That's right. We had a major invasion last time. I forgot all about this. Everyone's getting sad because they're constantly running through the miasma. Okay. And then the stuff that they're grabbing is slowly getting dumped into our pit, right? Yeah, this is not.
It was used and abused. Took a lot of time to get working well. Mostly finding the right parts. And then it crapped out.
KVM rack mount terminal to use my mini PC. Downsize that it's a chunky bastard and too big to use. Okay. Reading, writing a lot. Spent a bit of money on a new laptop. My portable rig isn't going to cut it for everyday use. I know what you mean, man. I upgraded the graphics card on the stream PC. It's good. It's wonderful. I love it. I've still had a couple of, random issues here and there. So I went tracking it down with like Monster Hunter and stuff, where every now Monster Hunter and Marvel Rivals, and looked it up. It's like, well, I have the graphics card. What's the issue now? Like, it's happening way less. Things are working well. Things are running smoothly. But every now and then we're still having an issue. Tracked it down and they're like, okay, the general thing is like maybe the RAM is unstable. For whatever reason, some of the new things tend to run RAM really hot, or hot being just active. And if you're even a little bit unstable, then it's more likely to rear its head or something. If that is wrong, then forgive me. This is just what I've been reading.
I'm apparently getting a free lawnmower later today also.
Nice.
Probably going to be $50 to get it running well unless it's electric.
So tracking that down, it's like, all right, so maybe I need to step back my RAM again or have, in more RAM, which led me to the stream PC.
Mow that lawn.
Only has 16 gigs of RAM. Chat, why does it only have 16 gigs of RAM? Why did you, as a streamer, not have more in it? I do. I have 2 other chips, but it never ran with all 4 chips. It would not post. So basically, the speed my RAM is at might be unstable. I might need to lower it again. It would probably be better if I could have more. I cannot have more because of the motherboard. The motherboard on this PC is like the last thing that I've replaced. Remember, this PC is the one I purchased, not the one I assembled from scratch. So I have literally shipped
My lawn is jank and won't use a lawnmower on it. It's to put up a sign that I'll go mow other people's lawns for monkeys.
I think he meant monies. I don't think people are giving him monkeys. So I have shipped a Theseus to every part out of the one computer in my house that I purchased because they made it that wrong. Don't forget,
monkeys
chat,
can be exchanged for goods and services.
Don't forget, chat, that this computer is the one that the fans are running at the speed of green with how badly that company fucking put this computer together. So I'm probably in not soon, in like a month or so, going to end up just buying new shit. New motherboard, DDR5 RAM. That way, even if I set the DDR5 RAM to its lowest speed, it's still faster than me trying to overclock, set to a decent speed DDR4 RAM. Because I think this motherboard shit. And I looked up the motherboard, and on some of the forum posts, they were like, yeah, that motherboard was a bit hit or miss. Some people had bad VRMs. I want to say VRMs. Some people had bad VRMs and stuff. So, you may have just gotten a bad one. I swear, everything I got from this is why I make my own. The one computer that I purchased and did not make myself, I have had to replace every fucking part on because it did not work from stem to stern. Drives me crazy. And it was the most expensive one. When I do a computer myself and I make it like a good one.
So you did end up making it yourself?
Yeah. Well, that's what I'm about to do. Yeah. When I make a computer myself,
it's probably a bus problem on certain components. Mine has issue with 3 RD plus PCIe slots.
Perhaps. Hold on, bear with me. Computers I make myself, I tend to give myself a budget of about $2,000 to $2,500. Give or take, to really make sure it's good. And this is like the sort of computer that I make and it lasts over 10 years. Like, this is not an every year thing. This computer that I had to purchase, I think I had to pay over $4,000 for. I feel bad replacing that, and the reason why I had purchased this one is this one was a gift from my grandfather. And I feel bad about replacing it out and shit, but I need one that works. All right. So, of the coffee I did consume, some of it has now hit proper. So I'm going to have to use the bathroom. So I think I just saved, but we're saving again. I'm going to put it in spectate mode.
I'd love to get a job just putting hardware together.
I'll get the... No, we'll leave chair in. Everyone loves chair. Chair. You got to get a chair. Chair. Make you regrow your hair. You got to get a chair. I should stop moving. That is not helping my case. All right. This should be doing things.
Log.
I will let this go. Why is instant replay trying to trigger? I will be right back. Bear with. Wait. Hold on. I had it saved in case something happened. I'm going to set it to auto unpause. Hopefully bad shit does not happen. If it does, I will reload. I'll be right back.
I enjoy squeezing out that thermal compound uwu.
Okay.
RNG.
Oh, I'm over 20k points again. Time to go roll a die. Only 3 ATM. Good odds. Addon_K. Congrats. Had to re-roll. Google only has a 4 die, and it hit 4 first time.
I didn't even consume the full coffee. All right, chat, what'd I miss? Probably a bus problem with certain components. Mine has issues with the third plus PCI Express slot. I'd love to get a job just putting hardware together. Hello. Log, log. I enjoy squeezing out that thermal compound. Okay, by the way, don't save with spectate running. It fixed a bug I found. It'll save the no pause. Okay, I don't... Hold on. Don't save with spectate running. Following that idea, they haven't fixed a bug I found. Processed. It will save the no pause for all announcements if you save with it on. That? And now save again? Is that good? I'm trying to figure out if it caused a problem if I fixed it now. Over 20, time to roll a die. No die. Hello, welcome in everyone. Give someone else a sub. Kellodon_K. All right, hold on. Where is Kellodon_K? Kellodon. It's Kellodon. Kellodon. Sub. It's Kellodon. That's weird that it can save auto. Oh, auto unpause is changing a Dwarf Fortress setting, isn't it? That's what you're saying. And if you save with that on, then the setting is off. That is separate from the thing that we were. That is separate from the thing that we were doing, where it saves it as a separate setting. I'm following. I'm learning, chat. Oh, no. Whatever will we do? There you go. Congratulations, Kellydon. Thank you, Coca-Cola, for sharing with the community. Google only has a 4 die, and it hit 4 first time. Ah, okay. So I don't think anything happened in the meantime. It doesn't look like we were attacked or anything. So we'll just continue with where we were. I see no reason to change that.
I am now HR 74 and starting to bully Arkveld for his body parts.
Jesus Christ almighty. I play a decent amount of time. Not a ton, but I believe a decent amount of time. And I'm only 40. I just did the quest where you can get rid of the HR 40 cap. Because the quest line leading up to it was bugged. And then I kept doing side things. I just like...
What else am I going to do with points now that I automagically interrupt you?
Lul. What I need to do is I need to get it to where you can pay points to turn that on.
I went from 40 to 51 when I removed the final cap.
Jesus. See, I keep doing low rank hunts because I'm like trying to make every weapon be max tier of all the different things. By the way, I did this first for hammer and now I've had to switch back because now I am at a water source because now I am switching over to gun lance.
That explains why you're so low HR.
Yeah, because gun lance, because hammer was nerfed into the ground. I'm going to blame that. Hammer has been nerfed into the ground on Wilds, and I don't know why. For chat, for any of you who don't know, and I can go into the whys and stuff. I'm not trying to exclude doing that, but for those of you who have no clue anything about Monster Hunter, you just know it's some weird thing that I do occasionally or talk about. It's a boss fight game. The whole point of the game is to go do 15 to 20 minute boss fights. With that being stated, the top players in the game have like analyzed every weapon, trying to get the absolute best clear time they can get on like one boss. Because like this is going to be a metric. They all got to be fighting the same thing, right? The hammer has been so nerfed into the ground, it is the slowest weapon to take on the boss by half.
A lot of skills are bugged AF too.
For every 2 minutes it takes any other weapon to kill a creature, it takes the hammer 4. If you know nothing about the moves, about the mechanics, about anything, that is how bad everyone is in this tier, ranging from X time to X time. Double the time that the last person in that tier took.
Flare 1 is better than Flare 4 and 5 for some reason.
What? Why? See, this is what I'm talking about, man. I don't know. So I'm on Gunlands right now. I'm on Gunlands. Really? What does... Hold on. I don't even remember. I know Flare creates the thing.
Sense you make not.
I think I'm on Flare 3 right now. Flare 1 is better than Flare 4. I believe you. I just want to see... like what the mechanics are.
I play sword and shield.
Flare only works on some hits too? What the fuck? The following attacks do not activate Flare. Focus Strike. Gun Lance, all shelling doesn't activate Flare. So as a side thing, that means any shelling type that prioritizes shelling does Flare less. Okay. I like how in this thing they don't even mention hammer. Flare increases wound damage by 5% to 30% based on level when it activates, or it should. It activates like a status at 1/3 chance per hit. That's dumb. That is not what it says it does. God damn it. the following attacks, blah, blah, blah. Bro, the person who did this research has a question mark for hammer. This is how bad hammer is. People who are doing research in the game's mechanics right now don't even understand what's going on with hammer. Why? Why? You know what I blame on this? No. We're going to have a side rant on this. You know who I blame on this nonsense? Everyone. Every one of you assholes, and you know who I'm talking about, who played Rise. Every one of you who did Rise, it was like, oh my God, water splitting rock is so cool. I can half move my hammer and
Flare
maybe
1
counter
activates
something.
about 36.9% of the time. Flare 3 does 36.7%, and all the other ranks activate less often.
Hold on, that's on Flare. The thing that they're trying to do with hammer is based upon every jackass who claimed, and I'm gonna say claimed, you are no true hammer main. Every jackass who claimed that they enjoyed hammer in Rise with the water splitting stone. Ooh, I'm gonna do this weird little counter and ooh, I'm a flippy doos. If you wanted the flippy doos, get an insect glaive, go to fucking France. You fucking flippy bastards. All these fucking French motherfuckers thinking that the hammer is an insect glaive. If you do not understand why I'm saying French, you are not into the memes enough to understand. Hammer is about going somewhere, setting yourself up, and bonking shit hard. That's it. That is hammer. Hammer is unga, hammer is bunga. They put in Rise. Oh, you can do this build or you can do this build because we're going to get you skills and you choose one or the other. And one of them was to unga the biggest bunga you've ever unga'd. And the other one was to pretend you're a ninja and do counters and dodge and acrobatics and shit. And for some fucking reason in Wilds, you don't have that choice anymore. You just have, this is what your weapon is. And you know what they designed the weapon off of? They designed the weapon off of the agile motherfuckers that were never hammer people. Fuck no.
Oh, apparently Capcom clarified that Flare isn't bugged. It's just bad.
Oh, good. It's just bad. So look, now I can't play hammer.
LUL.
Literally, you can look it up. Literally, like I called this, did I not, chat? For those of you here in a multitude of streams, I said multiple times, you see these videos about, oh, the new shit they're bringing the hammer. Oh, this thing they're bringing the hammer. Hammer's gonna do this. It's gonna be cool. What did I say, chat? I said every single one of these Monster Hunter fucking videos, none of them are hammer mains. Why? Because if any of them were, the first fucking thing any of them would have said is, he doesn't shrug his shoulders. I know that sounds stupid, but that tells you the exact fucking way the hammer would work. If there's not a shoulder shrug to hammerhead glow, you've done hammer wrong. It is a minor thing, but that's you setting up. That is, I found the position I want to be in. I'm wasting time to go into hammer mode. If you put your hammer away or you get knocked down, you lose this big unga hammer mode. So if all the videos wasn't showing it, hello Hellfire, thank you for the raid. If none of the videos were showing it, that meant they got fucking rid of it, right? Some of them should have showed it. And guess what? You don't get to fucking do it. I was right. No one showed it. It's not in the fucking game. So now we're getting more and more people that are like, well, I was hammer, I'm now having to switch off. I was hammer, I'm now having to switch off. Why do they nerf hammer? Why do they nerf hammer?
I suffered today
The
with the
floofy
worst
bat is
challenge.
I
here
ever.
told it. I
floofy
told them
time.
they ruined hammer. I said this months ago. So now, who's got the biggest unga boonga mentality? Gunlance. Gunlance is the biggest unga boonga mentality. So I guess I'm playing Gunlance. Gunlance has 3 combos that are all about, I'm not moving. I'm going to do this combo near the head or near the tail based on what you're going for. And I'm going to do this and I'm going to get it done if I can get through the combo, and I'm going to do big damage. So a bunch of hammer mains are going over to Gunlance because they fucked up hammer. I don't know why they did this. Oh my God. And the fact that up to this point, none of these fucking video people made any comment about it at all tells me none of them played fucking hammer. Ever. Oh no, what happened in Isaac? How you doing? Flare isn't bugged, it's just bad. Well, that's good to know. I use Flare. I'm going to have to switch off of it. Flare also appears to be a weak explosion, and nobody can tell what hammer hits trigger this. That's the thing that kills me, is that the people doing the research, the flare might not even work on hammer.
I did one of the challenges that has every enemy doubled and you have to play as the worst character in the game, Jacob and Esau.
Oh no, it's been a minute since I've done Binding of Isaac, but I couldn't even see doing it. Around the time they introduced greed and they started doing like all the super, like where you have to min-max everything that pass, is kind of about when I stopped playing. Don't get me wrong, I enjoy it. I think back on it fondly. I do not think of it like I do World of Warcraft and shit. It's just at some around that time is where it got tedious for me.
That's one of the new challenges that they added, and it's just awful.
Yeah. I always liked the laser weapons. This is the fact from the official website. We apologize that the skill description is not comprehensive on this. Yeah, okay, so flare doesn't work. Cool. And they don't know what it even works on for hammer. That's fucking insane. That's crazy. You're better off using Maximite or Agitator or Burst after Wex. What is Wex? That's what I'm reading. Okay, cool. No more flare. Thank you. I have been staying in the low-ranked armor that had flare for like the entirety of my run through high rank. I'm glad to know that it don't fucking work. Kick ass. Hold on, I can't see what's going on here. Yeah, no, like I said, once I got to the greed thing, I started being like, okay, I can do like a run, but I really don't want to do multiple runs. And then at some point I just... Goblin Slayer? We may have to allow Goblin Slayer to stay. If he asks. If he asks. All right, so I had a thing earlier where we were discussing this. We need a food pin for the goblins. So this is where we're burying people. Presumably, we could just use the other corner for the goblin pins. Or the goblin free range pin. My idea is that... Hold on, I gotta get the trees out of the way so I can really...
Funnily, out of the 31 hours of me playing Monster Hunter Wilds, I only got flare to proc once, and it was on a shield hit from SNS.
I wasn't paying attention. I just assumed that it was making the stuff show up more often. Sleepy Panda? Is a Sleepy Panda dead? Build furniture. Did I know they were dead? Okay, we need coffins then. Plum. Casket. Casket. Plum. 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 One trader is ready to trade. We're still bringing shit to the depot. We have a lot of things we got to bring to that depot. I don't... They'll fix it eventually. I know that they had to rush it, particularly the PC port. They had to rush it because they were doing not great financially. From what I understand, with the release of this game, though, they've more than made up what they needed to make up for their financials. So, you know, I could see them being in a not great position. Like, I'll give them the benefit of the doubt, but they made decisions with this game that I dislike. All right. I'm trying to think of how to do this in the most dramatic, dumb way possible. All right. I don't have the thing set up today, chat, for the drawings. We're going to have to do this manually. But you have a pit, right? We'll do 3 out. Then the pit will go down. Let's do every 3 is 1 square. So really, it should be like this. Even if we make it 2 across.
The port def wasn't in the best state day one. I still remember the cutscene I got where one of the characters had her chest reaching for the other side of the room for the entire cutscene.
Look, something important was on that side of the room. You don't know. How about like that? If top view, 1-to-1 scale. If we had, this would be, this is 1 row down. So this is a down ramp. We'd probably, even though I did it this way, we'd probably need 1 more to be the actual down ramp, right? So this is a flat area. This is a down ramp. And then this would be the hole. And then below the hole, it actually expands to be out underneath the entire flat area. We could do that for our goblin pit. I don't know. I don't have an easy way to get them back out right now, but we could do that for a goblin pit.
That cutscene was so bugged you would assume Todd Howard worked on it.
Oh no, not Todd Howard. Stay back, Todd Howard. Freedom. I want freedom. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yeah, I think we need 6 for this. Do I have... I don't want to use iron bars. I also don't have a lot of stone right now. I have 13 dolomite blocks. We'll do ironwood bars for now. I may have to change this in the future. But, oh yeah. They put in, I think Dwarf Fortress did an update. They put in you can use last material now. Fantastic. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Those will get channeled into ramps, turned into things. No. Hold on. This is the ramp. I'm doing the whole thing wrong. Chat, I'm doing the whole thing wrong, and you were going to let me. Oh, that didn't work well. That needs to be channeled. That's the ramp down. That's the floor. That's the hole. So this all needs to be channeled. Then the ramps will be replaced with iron. That's how that's going to work. Y'all can see me, right? Yeah, okay.
Is there a way to tell if an embark has bituminous coal or lignite?
DF hack or regular. If it is regular, I believe... I'm trying to remember. I believe there is a way to search for coal using the embark filter. I think that is in vanilla. If you have DF hack, you can easily do prospect. So, hold on. Prospect will give you a nice report of everything it can see. If you want a full report, you're going to need to do reveal. Careful, just reveal. You do not want to reveal hidden fun stuff and have a problem. Reveal, don't look. Prospect, unreveal. And then scroll back up to what Prospect said, and it should tell you.
Funnily with Wild's SNS is so good at making wounds that you don't even need Flare, as Partbreaker already gives more wounds.
Yeah, I really feel like their design philosophy was borked. You do that, camera. Their design philosophy was, you piece of shit. Their design philosophy was...
Lag.
Their design philosophy was borked. I know I have fuel. I'm trying to see where it is on here.
Hello, RNG.
There you go. If you go to other Veinstone, doing this, you should...
The camera heard borked and thought that's my cue.
You should see bituminous coal or lignite. Make me get another one of you. I'll do it. Like, I probably have to like reinvest in this entire setup. Ugh. I wonder if there's a way to get like a camera that does it wirelessly. That's sure to be fine. Where are my miners and what are they doing? Oh, the trader that's ready to trade. Broker requested. I believe we have enough money here. Why are these rings not been brought over? Probably feel like we've filtered out questionable stuff. Animals and trees because it's elves. Yep, okay. I don't know what we brought over. Yak bone. Why? What? This is the only thing I can trade. Y'all brought over a bunch of shit I can't What do you want me to do with it? This is why you don't trade with the damn elves. All right, now the miners are coming. Why, game, did you not bring over the rings? Trading, but you didn't bring over the rings. That's weird to me. Pray to Rimtar. Oh, I need to start not running my scripts. I need to figure out which ones need to properly be reimagined. And namely, there is already a script to handle praying that has apparently been in Dwarf Forge or DF Hack for a minute. However, it doesn't work. Like, we all know it doesn't work because I've had it not work this entire time. But apparently, it's been there. I find that strange. So I need to not be running my script so we can get dwarves with the problems. So then I have a save file with dwarves with the problems so I can track down what the hell the problem is.
The Norska come with blade and shield. We march onto RNGS forts.
No! Don't do that, orc with a bow. Hello? Uh-oh. Water horses. Why do we have hippos this far into the map? Because it's tame. When did I get a tame hippo? Also, I'm going to have to change this.
Can the bats come up to play?
Can the bats come out to play? Hold on. There we go. Now they won't be walking back and forth. 2, 3. Do I have hippos assigned? In other pastures. I don't remember having a hippo, like, at all. Is this a hippo pasture? Assigned here. A hippo and a wolf. Why don't I remember this? When did I get a hippo and or a wolf? I'm glad to have them, but when? When did this happen? All right, they're going to take a while pin pasturing a lot of shit. All right, we're going to need to change the walls into iron as well. And the floor. So build, construction, floor. Iron to iron. Then That's constructed, so I should not lose the ramps. Take out the walls, put the walls back with iron, and then I can start working on whatever this is down here. I need to have, like, a way to let them out one at a time, kind of. I don't know how to do that, though.
Does it really matter when since you have them now?
Huh? What? When I dig? Iron? I'm not gonna lie, I'm kind of confused. I have not followed the conversation. I'm a bad person.
The hippo and the wolf.
Well, I mean, if I don't remember where I got them, I'm glad that we noticed them in time to make sure they were getting taken care of. But if I don't remember where I got them from, then I don't know how to duplicate it. Because presumably if we have hippos, we'd like to have multiple hippos and have them be like war hippos or something. Petition. Nope, don't care. Okay, my thought on this is that that's the pit. This is the way down. Lou Conwood. Let me choose here to here. I only have one pecan wood block. Okay, new question. How much pecan wood do we have? I always forget where these are. We have a few, but not a lot, so this is not great. I'll do blocks 3 times. Work on it from there. $94. Oh, we got more than I thought we did. I'll do it 5 times each. Next time, I'll just do the manager for it. I thought we were, like, really low on this. But 94 is plenty to be working with. Oh, what the? Click you. Add new task. BL. New task. BL. 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 So also, for those of you in some of our conversations...
2319, 2319.
You're so mean. I have been slowly going through the backlog of the entertainment and the anime and stuff. So now on episode 9, I've finished Magi Lumiere. Fantastic show. I'm on episode 9 of... Why are there beds still up here? I finished episode 9 of Dan to Dan. So I am catching up on things. Slowly, but I am. Then I have a book to read, and then I have other shows to catch up on. I don't want the trader to be ready to trade. I want the trader to leave. Leave this place. Oh, shit. Suddenly we have a ton of pecan wood blocks. Okay, you have your roof, but I made you as a ramp. I suppose that makes... Was this supposed to have been a wall? If that was a wall, that would make more sense. Put a ramp there, 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 there. Have a wall. This is also supposed to be concrete. But make it look like it's like the diagonal thing coming out of the ground that you just walk in like it's stairs. I got to change that at some point. I'll change that one in the future. Build construction wall.
Watch out, the trader might betray you for the cute kobold's kappa.
You can't trust these traders to begin with. Someone stole my shit before I realized I had shit to steal. They're bad people. Okay, you, down, down. Yep, we'll go to there. That'll get built. Then I can get the thing on the roof. Then I'll worry about digging this out proper. Because I need a way for them to get in and out's the issue. Dig you. Dig you. Build construction wall. Select material. Nope. Build construction wall. Iron. This means its walls will need to be iron too, but for right now, that does not matter. Okay, how do I connect this to that? Drag it even further out, make it be really wide, and then have a route that goes over here. So whatever it is I'm needing to do to prevent them from getting out can be done over here. Hey, Yevinson, welcome. Oh, sorry, you did ask a question earlier. I think it's medium.
Have you heard of the Create mod for Minecraft?
Oh God, no, please no. Please no on this Create mod thing. The Create mod's the one that, no. I tend to go rather large, but I don't know how large this one is. It's not small. I don't think this is
I have been
medium.
dealing with it for the past month.
Look, when I was to be doing Minecraft with people semi-recently, the Create mod was all the rage. And I did not enjoy it. The only response I could have to that mod the entire time I was doing it was, Buildcraft was better. I want Buildcraft. I don't want this. Then I figured out that they stopped updating mods beyond like 1.07 or something, 1.7 or something. I don't remember. I do not remember the numbers. There's no point correcting me on the numbers. It does not matter. But, oh my God. Arguments were had over the Create mod. It does things weird.
Just so long as we don't make a super genetic hybrid of every forgotten beast in order to be more dangerous.
Look, we're gonna make the goblins like it more if it's more cooler.
I found a way to break it and start generating infinite or LUL.
I mean, it can be fed into itself. The problem is progression in it is weird. With like the old build crafts and industrial crafts and shit, you knew what tier you were at, and everything went together, and you could see the items moving around. You knew what you were doing. With that one, you can build it, but it's like, am I progressing? Am I not? What is happening here? I don't know. It's hard to describe. I did not like it. It's not good. All right, what would I need for this? This is a 5x5, so 36 plus 14 plus 12. 36 plus 26, 56, 62. I need 62 applewood blocks. Divided by 4 is 22. We'll round up to 24. 24 and 40, which is what, 10 and 6. So we need 16 applewood blocks to be made. Wooden blocks. 16 applewood to do this floor. I'm also going to need a staging area nearby, but that can just be against the wall. Which means let's create a staging area nearby against the wall. Animals. But they're not storing empty. We're not storing empty. Not storing anything except goblins. Goblins go back here. For now, it is... We're going to have to move it. We're doing a lot of... We'll put this here for now. So this is not great for the long term. We'll put an animal cage here. That'll have everything except goblins. Hopefully it sorts itself out. How is the water coming? Yeah, we keep getting close to like a critical mass, but if the dwarves are doing anything else, there's not enough active passive dwarves to be doing this. So it's not getting filled enough. I could drag these over. I don't know if this will be enough liquid, is the issue with this. What was my plan here? Because this is just as visible as anything over here. I don't know. If I drag this over...
Now there is a Minecraft mod that seems up your alley, Mina Colonies. It's a mod that turns the game into a base builder LUL.
mine colonies. The people in Minecraft are bad.
Mine colonies is not new.
Yeah, the people in Minecraft are bad. There's a French thing called like Minuet or something like that. I cannot remember. That did people before Minecraft did people, and that was good, and they did things. The current dudes are just like, man, and they do nothing, and you trade with them, and that's it. I don't understand how after all these years, Minecraft still has. If you're going to ruin the game, and put people in there, make them do shit and have a proper society.
Minecraft is mid.
Yeah.
That's been around in some form since before 12, arguably the best version.
Yeah, that's like the recent versions of the games annoy the hell out of me. And now I've heard some stuff about the Minecraft movie, which if that's the lore,
Why are there
was
so
ruined
many
since
fucking
its full
Pikmin?
release.
Oh fuck, it's orange.
hello Orange. I've heard some stuff about the Minecraft movie, which if rumors are to be told means that they've completely ruined any and all concept of lore or anything in the game. This went from you are a single person in a post-apocalypse to you are a regular dude that caused the apocalypse.
Microsoft was given a
What the
piece of
fuck?
shit.
I don't understand. They weren't given anything, they purchased.
They just took that piece of shit and polished it.
I don't think they did that. They took the piece of shit and then made a different piece of
Real
shit that
Blockmen
looked
play
like
vintage
it.
story.
And then they polished their new version of the piece of shit. Like they didn't even polish the other one. Going with this metaphor here. Okay, I gave you another water source. Why are you only using that one? We have a much closer water. Okay, here's what I'm gonna do. This water's. Oh wait, is this one too low already? Nope. Is it because we don't have a well? If I put a well here, would this be easier to be used? Build. Machine. Well.
Terraria is superior to Minecraft. There's no need to try to change my mind.
I wasn't going to. This, like, my Jaws ridgeline in these 2 points itchy today. I'm getting those. I think I'm growing the whiskers.
Have we
back
messed
in.
anything up in a considerable way here yet?
No, we've not messed anything up. Things have been building and we're going good. I'm trying to make the goblin pit so I can free up the cages. Need apple wood blocks so I can free up the damn cages. Because we keep getting, hey, I can't load cage trap. I need the cage. I could also make more cages, but we've seen before this doesn't solve anything. You need an industry designed around whatever is in the cage, getting it the fuck out of the cage.
What's the difference between Minecraft and Terraria? One has a racist dev that sold out for money, the other is Terraria.
Under normal conditions, I would try to avoid discussions about what anyone has said or done and anything related to politics. That being said, what did the Minecraft dev do? Because I haven't heard shit one from him other than he made Minecraft at a point, then he decided to sell it, and I have not heard from him again. Did he show up recently? Is this a known fact? I'm willing to overlook how I normally try to dissuade these conversations because I'm that curious and I will forget in the future. What did he do for this to be said? I'm not disagreeing with it. I'm not like, oh, what do you think he did? This is what really happened. I genuinely have not heard anything like this at all.
There was some weird nationalism with the restriction on guns in mod packs being revoked, etc. To know what this is about,
All right, I'll use that as the source of what to Google for.
he tweeted some racist stuff in 2017.
Oh, okay. What's his name?
I can't remember exactly what was said, but it was problematic enough that Microsoft immediately removed every reference to his name from the game shortly after.
Okay. All right, I think I have found the tweets. Was this at the same time that the Harry Potter lady was doing her things? Because there was a couple years in there where a bunch of these people who
The
made...
thing I recall was they pulled and broke mod packs across Java because guns are bad. Okay. But they were still selling gun mods on Bedrock for money. Roughly.
Yeah, that is fucked. Okay. There was a time in there where a bunch of people who had made something in the past but hadn't made anything in a while decided that it was then the best time to say stuff on Twitter for some reason. I don't know what it was about that time period, but I think there was like it was the Harry Potter lady, it was him. I think there were at least two others who just kept coming out on Twitter and were like, I'm gonna say things. But they hadn't done anything recently anyways. Like, so it made the whole thing be like, why are you talking?
Blizzard. Everything happened around the same time as J.K. Rowling said some shit along with a few other people.
All right, so that's not being dumped. Where are we dumping? Where's the dump? Is this a location? Where are we dumping right now? You're all going to dump. I don't remember where I put the dump. This is the dump. Okay. What? Oh, do we got goblins here again? I just got rid of you. Or are they running? Did they get in? Well, some of them got in. You poor dumb goblin thief. I didn't even get a chance to respond to you. The dogs are going to eat you. Why did you do this? Why did you make me kill you? They made me kill them. I feel like what happened, like, genuinely, seriously, is around that point, all these people must have been in conversation with each other. They just must have. And then people, one of them got in trouble for saying something, so then the other ones wanted to jump to their defense, but without jumping specifically to their defense. So they all just started saying, like, weird shit. Where, like, I believe... I'm not talking about anyone specific or anything, because I do not remember what they all said. Do not fucking... I believe a bunch of them said specific shit bad. I also believe a bunch of other people said shit that wasn't bad,
Maybe.
but in the context of what was being said at the time was like, you're definitely throwing your like, here's my 2 cents into this fight. And people just kept, like, trying to get involved in the fight without getting involved in the fight. It was weird. Yeah, no. 2017 was a weird time. Presuming I'm thinking of the right time period.
I'm racist against humans. Dirty meatbags. Time to go back to monkey or crab.
Monkey or... It's going to go the
I think these
crabs
things
win
come
that.
in waves.
Yeah. Crab's going to win that. Where are my apple blocks? How are two of you injured?
Ick what he said, but it really upset people.
Feels guilty about being able to rest. Were you under attack? Oh, the necromancer's raising shit? Is that what's happening? We're getting necromanced? I hope the necromancer's undead thing got put down. It looked like that there was an undead at some point. Minecraft is just Roblox. It shouldn't be. Okay, is someone still fighting? I'm trying to see if I can figure out where people are fighting. Also, I 100% should be hearing chat. Do other people's streams have more noises than mine? I swear mine's not doing sound effects. Shouldn't I hear combat?
You can't spell necromancer without romance.
Shouldn't I hear combat?
At least Roblox basically told parents it's not our job to parent your kids.
Yeah.
Archon the Black coming for your corpses.
Okay, no one's fighting right now.
J. K. Rowling only stopped posting transphobic content when that one boxer started suing people after last Olympics. Some yes, but now you have chat literally yelling at you, so no.
Look, necromancers give the best hickeys. This is just no. Otherwise, they wouldn't be necromancers. I'm going to sneeze. Where is my applewood blocks? I have had this in the manager's thing for a minute. Why are we not doing this?
Unrelated. God, I love power clashing monsters.
I don't understand. I said applewood blocks.
Necromancers
Carpenters.
give the best hickeys.
Here's Carpenter.
Kappa.
Why are we not getting apple? I don't understand. I'll come back to that. Someone got injured again.
I'm going back to digging holes. In Minecraft. I mean Terraria LUL.
Is
You
the
made a mistake-tempered
necromancer
Arkveld.
the necromancer?
Now I'm going to be stabbing you in face.
The necromancer is rezzing the socks? Why is a necromancer rezzing socks? I didn't know we could do that.
Necromancer just wants to raise a family. It's a good thing they were buried close to each other.
This is true.
I believe that makes him a Thedamancer.
We got to get the one dead
Army
person.
of sock Muppets.
Hello, Vanduso. You made a mistake, tempered Arkveld. I'm going to stab you in the face repeatedly. Well, you know what? That's his fault. I'm working on the stupid cages. All right. Presuming that this has all been dumped already. Undump. I need to get this floor built, but for some reason...
You can get Coterra on
hail
mobile
whale.
if OU install the Epic Store app. Hi guys, how's it going?
What? No! Don't do any of that. Why are you giving people bad advice?
What kind of snacks will be available in our park?
Whatever I can grow locally.
Is free Coterre. BTW, regarding
your
the Archean
phone?
weapons, the tier 8 ones actually outperform all the non-RNG weapons as long as you build them well and get a little bit of luck. You want good advice?
I think I've got a decent Ardean weapon. I did not understand how they worked. So,
How else am I supposed to play RPGs while driving?
So I had no clue what I was doing. I did not have the parts to make any of the weapons. But at some point I did. I don't know where I'm getting them from. Does not matter. Not important to the story. But at some point I had the parts and I was doing gun lance. So I made a gun lance. I wasn't paying attention to what I was doing. No clue what was going on.
You can save money on your car insurance by switching.
No clue what was going on. So I put the parts in and I made it. And off of the 3 thingies that you can do for an Ardean weapon, I apparently had 2 attack and an affinity. So I made 2 attack and an affinity thing for a gun lance. And then there was the Ardean upgrade thing, and I upgraded it. And then it all just came out as mostly attack and a bit of affinity, I guess. Is that what you're supposed to do? I don't know. So with non-inflated numbers, I now have a 190 gun lance that crits 30% of the time. And in inflated numbers, it's like a 479 or 483 gun lance that crits 30%. I was like, I guess that's good. I have no clue what the fuck I'm doing. Yeah, it all came up as attack and affinity, which I was like, well, I put an attack and affinity part, so I guess that makes sense. That is what is on. I have 1 Ardean weapon. It came out like a tier 8, I think. Some number higher than what it was before I did the 5 upgrades. And they all came out as attack and affinity. I don't know if that was guaranteed.
Attack and affinity are the only stats you control beside the element.
Yeah, so that's what I got.
The other stats are RNG.
Yeah, everything I got was attack and affinity. I don't know what else I would need to pay attention to, but that's all that's on this weapon. I was like, cool, that's all I care about. Okay, green means it is ready to activate. Why have you not activated? I don't understand why this is not feeding through to the carpenters. This carpenter says work orders allowed 5. This carpenter says work orders allowed 5. He's made the applewood blocks, but they're not going through. All right, I don't know why manager's not working at all today, but I'll delete that. I'll just do it myself. Fuck it. I tried. I don't know why it's not working. What did I determine? I need 16, so that's 8 on each. 4, 5. What's happened? 6, 7, 8. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. And then on the other one, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. There you go. I tried doing it via manager. They weren't taking the job. What do you want me to do? All right. Trader's ready to trade. Who's here this time?
The current top DPS build for a SNS Ardean weapon is Element of Choice X3, 3 attack infusions, and then on the Reinforcement Prey for 4 raw damage, 1 sharpness.
Is that attack? Is that raw damage? What is element of choice times 3 attack infusions? What?
Attack is raw damage, yes.
Yeah. I only got 3 choices. How do you get 6? 3 attack and 3 element, right? Or are you saying something else entirely?
You get an element and an infusion on each part.
Oh. I don't think I did. Let me clarify that. I get that you're saying every part should give an element or something. My Gunlance doesn't have an element. It just has attack and affinity. I don't know how I did that. I don't know if that's supposed to be possible, but I did. Sleepy Panda. All right.
Because you didn't do at least 2 of the same element.
Ah, okay.
It's pure raw if you do 3 different elements.
Okay, that's Mr. Man. That's in 9103. Do we have a bunch of dead people I wasn't tracking? Sean enjoys bacon. Do I need another tomb? A Sleepy Panda. There we go. Hopefully we get rid of the undead now. Now, I believe I saw that the traders were human spearmen, humans.
I have a non-reinforced SNS right now, don't have the materials yet, that has 287 attack, 5% affinity, and 80 paralysis.
Yeah, see, I don't have the... My thing doesn't have the paralysis, but I do have the 30% affinity. What is... I swear, my beard and mustache are being all kinds of bad today. Something is, like, tickling the outside of my nose. Ah. Is there, like, one mustache hair growing up? I swear, I have, like, this line on the top of my mustache where the hairs don't curl down. They curl up for some reason. I don't know why. And only, like, the top layer of the mustache wants to do that. All right, what do we got? Why is Bucket up for trade? Why is Maul up for trade? Can I use Mauls? I don't think I use Mauls. Iron mail shirt. What the fuck? Why are these up for trade? Tunics make sense. Dresses make sense. I'll trade the shoes. Low boots? What the fuck? Socks. I will melt those down. Keep the gauntlets. Trade the damage gloves.
Dwarves can technically use mauls, but they need to not be using a shield.
Yeah, so we definitely...
This the goblins' old stuff?
Maybe? I don't think I've seen a goblin use them all. I want to melt that maul down, if nothing else. I just find it weird that a bunch of armor got brought over when it absolutely should not have been. All right, humans, you got anything? You got guinea pigs. We could trade for the guinea pig. I know chat loves their guinea pigs. We'll trade for the turkey, too. We'll get their iron whip. All right, we could trade for their bins. I could probably trade for meat, but a few butcherings and I should be fine on meat. We got a ton of other... I might have to trade out some of my food at some point. More yarn if necessary. Get the cheeses since I don't have a cheese industry going right now. And some parchment. We're into yellow. Take off the cheese. Get the parchment. All right, we did what we needed to do. Hey, Dwarving, how goes it? All right. Have we made apple wood blocks? Please. Yes. Yes, we have. No, I do not want another bard right now. I'm fixing the cage spam. So y'all will shut up about the cage. Please pour more water in this pond. You guys have been so close to getting it to fill. You've been so close multiple times. Just fill the pond. Please. Please. Why will the auto labor mechanic not prioritize this? Let me prioritize filling the pond. All right, where's that dog, by the way? Are you the one that's saying you're hurt? You say no health problems. Left lung, that's what I thought it was going to be. I'm healing this dog. There you go. All the dogs that have these old lung problems for some reason, all dogs deserve to be healthy. Anyone else? I thought I already healed you. We good? Did I heal you already? Healthy dogs. Oh no! Hello, Squeaker. Been enjoying a Dwarf Fortress guide from Fan Gamer. Reading a bit, playing a bit, reading a bit. It's good times. Hell yeah, Dwarven. If you have any questions, feel free to ask. I do have a couple of videos on YouTube called the College of Dwarfology. Some of them I probably need to update to the Steam version.
The best question is why?
Why what?
Shill.
Why is usually the best question, but but why what?
His videos are mostly a little outdated, but still mostly relevant.
Yeah, they still work. It's just the UI looks different. The facts are still correct. The only one that's really properly outdated is mining adamantine safely, because that video was made at a time when there was a point. Yeah, when there was a point to adamantine, and now adamantine's been nerfed into the ground, so there's no point. That's like the only video I think that doesn't actually hold up, which is funny because I was led to believe that a bunch of the changes in Dwarf Fortress, well, I say a bunch, a couple of the changes in Dwarf Fortress had been made in response to some of my videos about essentially how to break the game.
You know what else has been nerfed?
And the changes that were made did not address anything that I had done. What has been nerfed? Auto training,
armor
getting
sets,
auto training.
arrows.
Hold on. I am muting y'all. I'm trying to read the thing. Give me a sec. Auto training, getting a notification. Pops up when there's no squad setup, rather than disable auto training. We do the notification, which pops up a message explaining how to make a squad and offering to open the config. I'm following the thing. Is this a suggested change to auto training? So when you're saying notification, you mean a circle on the left, right? Or do you mean like the big pop-up? The bottom left. This thing. Okay, following so far. This is a me idea. Okay, I'm following so far. What if auto training were to show up down here and it pops up when there's no squad set up? Rather than disable auto training, we do the notification. This makes sense to me. What are we fixing with this is my only thing. Over the system that is now, what is this better in? Does it get them to fix it faster? You know, now that AI animation is a thing, I think people could do some very fun Dwarf Fortress story VODs. Might be a thing to think about if you get a really cool I get tons of cool Fortress stories, but I'm not sure if we used to have it. We still kind of, but it's not happened in a while, and I may have to change it off. But we used to have for Dwarf Fortress Fight Club, we have a channel in my Discord where we'd have an AI generate pictures of what the monster was. But the skill to get it to do so effectively was a bit beyond me. And even then, it would change art styles, and it was weird. Oh, Gobbler. I'm like, why is there a loose cage goblin? All right, this should get people to dump these goblins out. Did you get scared? What happened here? Are you going the wrong way with him? What is happening here? You look like you're dragging him somewhere, but why? Nope, they are separate. All right, attacks are happening probably. Oh my God, you stupid idiots. Just put him in the hole, man. Put him in the hole. That is all you had to do. Now I'm going to have to kill them. This was supposed to be a zoo exhibit. Now we're having to put them down. Don't die. Is the military coming? There, this one's got the problem solved because you're an idiot. Just kill him. The other one gets to live now if he's going into the zoo exhibit. Oh my God, you guys are so dumb. Put him in. This is why we need the brave dwarves. Well, no wonder you got injured. You're too stupid to exist. 2, 3. Where is the military? I've ordered you like 20 minutes ago. Are you coming to kill shit? Pick up equipment. What the fuck equipment are you coming to pick up? I should see a group of dwarves that say murder. Where is my group of murder dwarves? Lord of Cakes. Where's Lord of Cakes? Nope, better idea. All right, so kill does not show up as a job, I guess. All right, now what about the other one? See, there's a sound effect that I'm expecting. Why does that not show up most of the time?
Where I'm at, hunting tempered Arkveld. Deal with goblins
there
yourself.
We go. This one has a beak dog installed. All right, so we were supposed to free up 5 goblins. We did not free up 5 goblins. That is a bit of a letdown. We have now freed up 5 cages. That should avoid most of the cage spam. Stop trying to fill cages. I don't think anyone's died. Can I tame a beak dog? Is that possible? Like to my side, or do I have to kill this beak dog? Do I have to make them have kids and then tame that? Hold on. Species gorilla-sized bird-like pack hunters. Same ecology wolves do. Large predator token. Can be captured and trained into pets. They are considered domestic animals. Breeding may lead to they serve well, use an egg. Based on a variety of sources. Okay. So you are domesticatable. Let's domesticate them. Oh my god. It's like right on the chin bone on either side. It's where I get the like double thick sized hairs. I swear my chin tries to grow whiskers. We just let it through and have the notification. I'm following. It's better aligned with how other tools work, so it's less likely to be something we're told to fix later. No squad exists. It just ends early. The list of ignored doors and list of training squads will be persistent through saves. Okay, following. Got to do some weird conversion thing for that, but it's not just an us thing. Saving numbers does weird, inefficient things. So we convert to string, then save. And then when loading, we convert back to numbers. Rather, saving tables of numbers is weird. I'll do my best to explain next Thursday. All right. I think I'm following so far. The only thing of what you said that I do not follow is the list of ignored dwarves. Do you mean like ignored dwarves' professions? Because ignoring, say, Coca-Cola in one save because he's the manager wouldn't make sense if in the next save someone else is the manager. Did he just train him a little bit? I don't know what I'm doing with that guy. All right, we have a problem. I didn't think these goblins would be that terrifying, but apparently they are. Go figure. I should have put them on a trap door. See, some of the dwarves don't care, but some of them do. Now, who just freaked out? Who ran away scared? Why did terrified in conflict? You weren't even in conflict. You weren't even in conflict. How are you terrified while in conflict? You saw a dude. Many of you need that to fill a need anyways. We're going to have to kill these goblins. It's not working the way I've designed it. But this was a good, rough idea for how this would work. The answer is not well. Kill them all. I don't know how this is going to work. Are my guys going to like jump down there? You weren't in conflict. That's the one that's getting me, is they're getting a negative life for being in conflict, and they weren't. You saw a goblin. I'm not even sure the goblin saw you. It's going to make everyone's moods go down until we killed them. Where is the fucking military? Lord of Cakes, leading miscellaneous object demonstration. It says no special orders. Did you kill them all? I gave you a kill command. Kill them. Continue confirm. Kill them. Why did you stop trying to kill them? Explain to me. Explain to me your reason for ignoring my commands.
Sorry, Cap. Can't reach them.
No. That would be fine. I could work with that because they'll be like, cannot reach destination or something. Yeah, that I understand. Abandoning the entire order makes no sense. So someone can come in from the side without seeing the goblins. We can kill them. If they can't, we're going to have a bad time. Don't come in from the right. That guy's trying. Did you try to sneak up on the goblin pit? What happened there? Okay, new idea. What if I just tell you to station here? I guarantee you they'll stand there and then some of them will hop down probably. If the enemy sees him, surely you see him. Well, someone killed him. What did you kill him with? You hacked him in the head from up here? Are you swinging through the hole? What just happened? How did you do that? Did you just swing through the hole and cut their head off? Now the goblins are hiding around the perimeter. They don't want to come near the hole. And now everyone's able to remove the buildings because they're not coming into the hole. Well, in a way, this is good. What are you doing? There we go. Problem solved. We will do this a different way in the future. Right now, no special orders. Good job, everyone.
And nothing of value was lost.
Nothing of value was lost. Maybe some sanity. I got to get some of the mood things going. Petitions. No, I do not want your bardingness right now. We had a lot of cancellations from those goblins. All right, so Goblin Pit doesn't work because people nearby can see into it. And the whole purpose of that was to be able to get people in. It worked for the most part, but I need it to be able to, we can constantly get new guys in, which means I need a ramp to go up that we push goblins off of to fall all the way in. Then it would have worked. This was too gentle a slope, essentially. It probably should have been an up ramp that you dump them in, not a down ramp. You know what I mean? Because you wouldn't see them approaching until you're at the hole. Then you dump them in. Wouldn't have been a problem. So I got to turn a down ramp into an up ramp. We'll be fine. A stoneworkers guild has been established. Kick ass, I guess. So we need to remove all of that. Then I got to get rid of this. Which means I got to get rid of that to get rid of this. Then up here, I will construct an up ramp with a wall. Then it'll be sold. We'll be fine. Oh, hold on. Moving away from a list of fish dissection, and instead of having our own list of dwarves, we will save per fort. This will fix that bug of having to turn fish on then off. Yes. Well, no. So here's the thing. I'm not disagreeing with what you've said in terms of, working on the training thing script. That does not fix turning fish on and off. We are avoiding the problem, which for what we're doing is not a problem, but this is what I'm saying about a bunch of the DF scripts right now. A lot of the remedies people have avoids the problem. Nothing addresses the problem. That's why when we get through this, I want to do the need scripts to fix the problems, because too many of them are borky. And that doesn't fix even though none of the need scripts would fix it anyways, Ba-dee-boo-doo-doo. Uninstall those. They had done this with the iceberg. We would still have the Titanic. What? Oh, this is all just ground? If this is all ground, I can uninstall everything at once and just build the ramp up here for now. Build construction ramp here to here. Iron. Here to here. We're going to need to move that over then. Iron. Here to here. Iron. Here to here. Iron. You know that? No, I just need to make the opening be to the left, and this will work perfectly. No cave-ins. No cave-ins. No dwarves getting stuck. Just simple mining. Come on. Come back. Do your job. Construction wall. Cross iron. This is essentially a lot of iron wasted, but as we're keeping in the food supplies, I'll take it. Like, we might almost need to have a hidden tunnel so that we can dump all the goblins into here and then let the goblins run loose in the tunnels and occasionally have an opening.
Also, yesterday we had a worm moon.
What the hell's a worm moon?
Secret tunnel. Partial eclipse, and it went red.
I was unaware of this. I have got to change this chair. Something about this chair causes a twinge in my right side. Only when I'm streaming. Only... What the hell? I think it's only when I get worked up, too. It's just sitting in this chair. I don't even get the twinge like when I'm playing in here or doing office work. I swear it's just when I'm talking in front of the camera. Something about talking in front of the camera causes a twinge in my right side.
Put an oversized jacket or something on it that you buckle yourself in.
I buckle myself
I
in.
do that with a blanket.
All right. Wood. We should be able to put the wood back for now.
Just helps me sit more properly.
Applewood block. I'm trying to sit properly.
So, fun thing, I finished the game story and apparently never hunter or rat halos.
So I did the same thing. It's because they bring them in too late. The weird thing is, not only is it I've never hunted a Rathalos, is that there will be a Rathalos and you'll hunt it, but there's an entire another tree of weapons that leads into two other tree of the weapons, particularly if you're a gun lance, and the first tree in it is Rathian. So not only is it you've not hunted a Rathalos, you have to go out and track down a Rathian to unlock 3 trees. It's goofy. And I'm only salty about this because, as another thing about them hating on hammers and wilds, no one has horns. No one has horns. In every Monster Hunter...
Rat Halos is literally the only one I haven't.
In every other Monster Hunter, you get a Diablos at the very least. You get something in low rank and then more versions in high rank. Stuff with horns or brows. You need reasons for the hammers to be breaking the heads. They don't have any. They do not have any in wilds. You don't get any until like the end. And it's like, oh, there's one dude you can hunt. He has horns. You give a fuck about this one dude beyond the end of the game? I do not need this ramp anymore, though. So we can get rid of that. Build construction wall. Pecan. Build construction floor. Last block. Nope, not floor. I meant ramp. Do. Like, it's making me wonder, like, genuinely, it's making me wonder if what is happening, because I have the filter thing on my left side. It's making me wonder if what is happening is I've, fixed.
I guess my first rat halos is going to be a tempered one.
If, like, the source is in my closet. You know what I mean? And it slowly settles on my right side and causes itchy. I might be reading into it. I don't know.
Ugh, just quarantined the second Crimson biome. Thank goodness I got the Onyx excavator key.
Onyx. They call him Mr. Onyx. What? The Hall of Canyons, the crayons, needs a guild hall. All right, cool. Make a guild hall for crayons. Bard. All right, we're going to need like 3 different guild halls. No, it's not that. It's too low. It's like base of shoulder blade.
Fleas.
Why do you always say fucking fleas? How are there these mystical interdimensional fleas that only attack one side of my body while one particular part of my body while doing one activity live? Stop fucking saying fleas. There is no fleas. All right, we gotta get the bird and the guinea pig out.
I bring up a lot of different bugs. Bed bugs, lice, spiders, mites, etc.
Fucking stop. It's not that. That is not helpful. Do I have a bird thing around here?
But did you check for bed bugs? You travel.
No, I don't. I get paranoid about parasites and shit. Stop saying fucking bed bugs and crap. It's not. It doesn't even make sense. It only happens when I'm sitting in this chair in front of this camera. It's fucking not. Jesus. Only the turkey layers. Where are the
Your
rest?
computer chair gots the cooties.
It's got the cooties. I'll accept cooties. So the beak dog is getting trained. That's good. Domesticated. You pets and shit can come back here. Does it matter if they're roaming? I'll sign the turkey here for now. Stoneworker Guild. Okay, you guys are fucking goofy. Also, walls? Really? I ordered walls? I am not a smart man. I need to get more iron. Cassiterite, platinum. Okay. You know what? Coke from Bituminous on repeat. Coke from Lignite on repeat. Use ore. I'm not making trifle pewter. Cassiterite. Native platinum. Tetrahedrite. Let that be as it is. Let it go through. We should be fine. Petitions. Entertaining citizens, visitors. No. We don't have enough iron. I need to get a lot of iron. Now, I blocked this off because it kind of needed to be blocked off. The area above this could be our different areas. I don't know what the hell's going on over there. Where do I have the fucking, is this the temple? Oh, that's the museum. There's the temple.
Come one, come all, to the outpost of Raintor.
Raintor. Let me tell you about Raintor. You are a temple. I'm going to move this temple. This is a temple undivided to here. Oh. And I'm going to erase it from here. All right, that was the tight wasp. The other location.
Wanna look at bows
Is that my only
3
temple?
ו-4?
That is my only temple.
They might have scars.
It might have scars. Hold on. Accept. There you go. They can have an outside temple.
Hello.
Hello, Bowser. Does Bowser have scars? Bowser! You're good. You have no wounds. You have been inured.
Can I have the male TTS voice?
Very nicely. Can I ask why? Because the problem I have right now is no one has the female voice because of the way the current code is. We have, like, out of everyone who watches regularly, I think we have 2 people that get the female voice.
Ahem.
And you want to be off of it, so we have it even less. Which I do not mind. I'll switch you, I
was
guess.
honestly just curious if it could be switched.
No, it's a bit of a hassle. The problem is it looks at leading numbers, not trailing numbers. So right now, what it does is mine, please. Let me mine. Thank you. You put in a text. It goes, hey, this person has done text.
I'm fine with the female then.
It goes, what? It says, what are they? They are 2, 3, 5, 1, 7, 6. Or 1, 7, 6. Let's go with that. Let's say that's what's happening. If your leading number is 1 to 3, you get male voice number 1. If your leading number is 4 to 6,
My leading number?
you get down here. And if the leading number is 7 to 9, you get 3. The problem is the leading number.
What leading number?
What I'm describing. The leading, your thing. You all have numbers. Bowser 64 is just the name that it shows.
He's getting to it, you flea.
Yeah, like I'm describing this. The leading number is your account. You're not Bowser 64. You're not. I don't know if y'all know that. You're not Bowser 64. You're not Moose Moose. You're not any of these things. That's why you can change your name. When you created an account in Twitch's thing, you are just account number 10,196,264. That's what your account is. You then say, I want my name to be Bowser 64. So Twitch goes, whenever account number 10,693,164 says a word, say Bowser. Don't say 10,196,164. So what my thing does is your account's leading number, and I can turn it on to show you what your number is. Whatever the leading number is, if it's 1 through 3, you end up with this voice. If it's 4 through 6, you end up with that voice. And if it's 7 through 9, you end up with this voice. The problem is by using the leading number, you know, the most common numbers are low. I don't know if you know this. If you're ever going to fake a number, the ones digit's the most common digit. They are not evenly spread. Why? Because the way numbers work, you go 1, and then the other numbers have to catch up. They catch up all the way to 9. Then you have 10, 11, 12, 13, all the way to 19. Well, guess what? That means 1 is getting hit this many times, plus the
Was hoping
11.
you'd say that in each voice you have set up.
What do they mean? Then 2 slowly fills, then 3 slowly fills, then 4 slowly fills. Then they catch up. Then you hit 1,000. So 1,000 gets hit 1,000 times before 2 gets its chance to merely catch up. So by doing it the way I've done it, I did not think this through. This means voice 1 is going to get hit 2/3 the time. Voice 2 is going to get hit 1/3 the time. And voice 3 hardly ever gets hit because it's the leading number. If I did trailing number, we would have been fine. I have not yet fixed it. I do not know how to fix it. I have to look into that. Recently on Thursdays, I have been working on the Dwarf Fortress script. So your account, for whatever reason, the fact that you have a female voice means that your leading number in your user account is 7, 8, or 9. Whereas everyone else has the one primary male voice because their leading number is 1, 2, or 3. And then some people have the 4, 5, or 6. So I need to change it to trailing numbers for this to make sense. Now, give me a sec. Why is this pinned? I'm unpinning.
Gotcha.
No. You do not got me. You don't got me until I say you got me.
Female is fine.
Hold on. Live voices. Microsoft Jenny. Save. Okay.
So you're saying I'm special.
Type in something. It should work. Type again. Type again,
Type in
Bowser.
something.
There you go. That I've just said, the 512883833, that I guess is your number. Actually, it does make it weird. Female should show up more than the other male, because female is 3 to 7. Greater than 3, less than 7. Yeah, 4, 5, and 6 is female. So for whatever reason, we don't.
So I don't have 7, 8, 9.
Yeah, you don't have 7, 8, 9. The other male voice is actually the rarer one. But I guess because there's 2 that are male, people don't really notice.
Complex and confusing.
As a matter of fact, I can switch these two. Probably should. Nope, what did I just do? There you go. Save that. I've now put it in a more correct order. So less than or equal to 3, greater than 3, less than 7, or greater than or equal to 7. Yeah. So apparently, for the most part, everyone's actually just 1, 2, 3, which is another reason why this needs to be the trailing voice, not the leading voice. Hold on. How did I do this? String remove section. I said start position. The problem is I don't know how to... You said divide by 10. You said divide by 10, then get the remainder. I'm not sure how to do that in this script. I have string remove sector for the voice user ID. Start position 2? Wait, what? Why are you set to start position 2? Hold on. What does start position fucking 2 mean? Because that's not... You're not pulling from 2. You're definitely pulling from the 5.
Man, I came in here and broke RNG.
What does this even do?
(8675309).
Chat, does anyone remember why I had it say... What was start position 1? It's saying the user voice ID right now. So 512 is the thing, and you have the female voice.
I'm lost,
which
so
means you're between 4 and 6. What is 2? 2 would mean... Oh, start removing at 2. I see. I see what I've done. From position 2 and beyond, it removes it to find the 1 digit. This makes sense. Okay. What I would need to have it do is remove everything in the front end too, and I could pull off a later digit, I suppose. If I made it go for like the 3rd digit or the 4th digit, this would be much easier because the leading digit just doesn't change a lot. How do I... Add a command. Add a command. String. Count trim. Which one? What does trim do again? Is trim removed from the front? What does trim do? I don't know. String trim, not trimmer, Google, you piece of shit. Okay, trim's the one that removes white spaces. Clamp is... Programming. YouTube, you piece of shit. I mean, Google. To a specific range. Okay, it's not clamp. Count. Digits only capitalized. Get length. How do I remove the back end of this? String remove section. That's the part that just cuts the back off, right? Start position. How do I get it to remove the leading characters? That's what I want to know. All right, hold on. I have a new idea. I want to see something. Either this will work or I'm going to break everything. I'm sure this will be fine. Go down. When I'm moving you, I expect you to fucking move. Go down. Oh my God. All right. So... Hold on. I gotta fan this in my head. Or not in my head. Let's presume I'm understanding this right. First steps first. I want to remove the first 3 digits. So position 2 is saying remove that and beyond. If I say position 2. If I say position 4, okay, insert position 4, amount of characters, -3. If I do that, if I say 4 and do -3, I remove the first 3 digits. That's the new thing. The next one should just work off of that. So, hyphen, $, voice _ user _ ID. Save variable as user _ persona. String text should be now user _ persona. Save. Now I need to create a Twitch send message. Twitch send chat message. Yes, thank you. Channel name is RNG, and I need you to send user _ persona. Save. Okay. Save. Chat, say something. No, there's not a left command. There probably is, but I don't know what it is. Chat, I need you to say something. Because it's programmed to ignore me. Thank you. Okay, it's literally saying the word, up, we have made a fatal error. It did not like that at all. We just crashed the entire program. All right, well, we just killed Sammy. Cool, cool. What just happened? Okay, it's because I pulled a string text and not user persona? Why did that crash me? Because in order to call it right, I have to... Chat, no, don't do that, chat. Fuck, you just crashed me again. Stop talking for a second. /$ user _ persona. Save. Is that what I did wrong? I wasn't calling the string correctly? All right, now try. Wait, I'm not connected to OBS anymore. All right, now try, chat. It might still crash, but hopefully we get out a number. I'm using the one. I'm using the scripting language that is the scripting language.
Does it crash now?
Heed the prognosticator.
Okay. I've done it slightly better. Okay, that is not how you call user persona correctly. I am calling it correctly, so it's not crashing. But that's not calling the variable. Oh, because I'm an idiot. /$ user _ persona $/ Save. Okay, save. One more time, chat. I'm expecting it to be the third digit of whatever it says. It should show a string of numbers.
I am we and you are me. Persona.
It's still the first one.
This one's for the road.
Why is it still the fucking first one? The one that removes all the digits is pulling from the variable that is user persona. The variable that user persona, voice user ID. Voice user ID, start position, -3. So yeah, the string remove section does not work. At least it doesn't work backwards. So I'm saying -3, it's treating that as 0, as in don't remove negative. So yeah, I don't know how to do the last digit. That was the quickest thing I could think of to remove the last digit. I have no fucking clue how to make this remove the last digit. It's just going to crash if I try this a different way. No. If I... Not sting, string. String replace. There is string to number. So if I string to number it, I can get the number, text, and variables. Is there a way to remove the first fucking 3? It should not be hard to remove the first 3. I don't... Can I just say divide? Like, I understand the concept of going for the divisor, the dividend, or whatever. Divide.
Can we tie it to another variable, like chat color value or something?
I don't know how to pull the chat color value. You have to remember, half of this is because I'm trying to pull from the Twitch API. Like, I pull from Twitch the user ID. I don't know how to pull your Twitch color value. I'm not even sure that's a thing Twitch puts out. Numbers, text, and variables has to have a divide. What is the point of being able to call? Can you not do math? Is it variable transition? No, that just turns one variable into another. That does not help. All right. Deal with the voices you got for right now. I'm going to lose my fucking mind. This is not supposed to be a programming stream, and I'm going to be at this for 4 fucking hours trying to fix this. Fucking get rid of this first one. That goes back to that. Get rid of you and you. And this, instead of pulling from persona, is supposed to pull from voice underscore user underscore ID. Yeah? To user persona. Don't tell me the numbers anymore. Save. Okay, save. We should be back to normal. Someone else tried typing one more time. I should hear the voice, but we should not see numbers. I cannot do this right now. I don't know enough about the programming language to figure out what the hell half of this is. It's Sammy. It's the Sammy.
Numbers.
There we go. All right, it's working. What programming language is it? It's the Sammy language. It's graphical. Every time I try describing anything graphical, everyone has no clue what I'm talking about. It's pictures. I type shit in. The graphical language. The one that looks pretty. Also, have good luck on your road, opposable thumbs. All right, we are back. It is what it is. How's JP going? Junior professional? Oh, Jurassic Park. Well, it's going. Progress is happening.
Looking at the Sammy docs, you want to use string clam.
That's what I looked at earlier and said that's not how it worked. That's what I was looking at. That's what I used. Warning, don't use string clamp on numbers, as this will result in an error and Sammy will crash. Yeah, that's the thing I tried doing. It did not like this idea.
Convert it to a string before doing stuff to it.
It starts as a string. I've not converted it to a number. Unless the extract from Twitch auto puts it as number. Because where to start the clamp? Amount of characters to include in the clamp. Hello world, start 5. Hello, this is cool. All right. Well, no, okay. Hold on. Fine. I get the idea. Live voices. Okay. What needs to happen?
Dwarf.
I need to text to, no, string. String to number. No. Number to string. I need to make sure it knows it is a string with which to do stupid shit with. Please work. It has a graphical drag and drop that does not work half the time. All right. Number variable is... Oh, no. You need to be up here. Please fucking work.
Graphical dragons?
Pin gas.
Start position 2. All right. So I'm going to turn the old one off. Number variable. The variable is are not allowed in yellow boxes or value box. You can type a variable name directly. No need for insert.
What color is your variable in Tay window?
I don't know.
If it's beige, it's a string.
Jesus fuck! Give me
If
a
it's
sec.
green,
I'm gonna
it's
mute
a
y'all.
number.
I'm gonna mute y'all. Give me a sec. I'm reading what it pops up when it pops it up. You cannot both tell me not to type that at the same time. I get it. Jesus fuck. Voice user ID. Save variable as voice user ID string, I guess. All right, so that is with it as string. Add another one. The new one is clamp. There's a difference between clamp and string clamp? Oh, there was a different clamp. I could have just done regular clamp. What the fuck is regular clamp? I get what they're saying. Don't use string clamp on numbers. Don't use clamp on string. So great. I'm converting it to something else for no reason. Whatever. I've already converted it to string. We're doing string clamp. We've made this already more complicated. I wanted to be done with this and go back to Dwarf Fortress, but here we are. Fucking string clamp. Start position. I'll say 5 digits in for 1 digit. This will be $/$ voice user ID string. We are saving this at, fuck, this is getting complicated. This does not need to be this complicated. Save variable as voice user ID string clamp. Now I need to do a string back to number. String to number. Call variable. Oh my fuck. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I typed that in yellow. How fucking dare I? Voice. User. ID. String. Clamped. This will now be saved as user persona. Yes? Do not clamp in the future now. So keep that off. Turn on the other two so I could track the bug. Save, okay, save. POC checked. None of them are green, by the way, Lord of Cakes.
Blah, blah, blah.
Just a heads up, none of these have been green. Yeah.
Fish.
None of these at all are green. All right. So it is now grabbing the 5th digit.
Impala banana.
That is it's saying 1 for all of them. Why? Okay. String text,
1.
use string. Why are you saying 1? User persona. Wrong variable. Underscore. Save. Okay. Save. Try again. I wasn't updating a variable.
No. Again.
Why are you still ones? I swear this is a Dwarf Fortress stream. This was fine before. This worked. User ID becomes voice
Crumpet
user
shuffle.
ID. Voice user ID becomes the string voice user ID string. String clamp, position 5, amount of characters 1, gets saved as, or pull from voice user ID string, voice user ID string, saved as voice user ID string clamped. Voice user ID string clamped gets saved as user persona. So that's just the way the rest of this shit works. All right. Why are they all saying 1? What is not up? You know, fuck it. No, we're done. We're done with this. I've wasted too much fucking time on this already. I said I wanted to stop this and go back to Dwarf Fortress. You are the voices you say you are. Because now you're all going to be voice 1. So, fuck all of this. This is dumb and doesn't work. This is why I didn't want to do this. Fucking, I tell you, this shit don't work half the time. Fucking delete that, delete that, delete that, delete that. None of that shit fucking exists anymore. It's gone. Voice user ID. Where's the persona math?
The train knows the way.
The train knows no way. User persona is on. String to number is gone. String clamp is gone. Number to string is gone. Save, okay, save, type. Someone please type.
Sazed.
Thank you. Now someone else type. And you see, I need to make sure it's not just setting 3
Juniper
there.
Berry.
Okay, cool. We're good. It'll get fixed on a programming day. It ain't fucking working. I don't know why, and I'm going to get myself worked up. Programming fucking
2.
gets me worked up. I don't want to do that right now. It makes me angry. I do not program in a happy state. I rage program.
3.
Okay, yeah, I got to get to stop showing the numbers. That's right. Off, save, okay, save. I don't know why. Converting it to a number turns it to 1. I don't know why. It doesn't make sense to me, but all numbers are 1. We are all one glorious whole. There you go. We should be good now. Where were we? I don't even remember what I was doing in the game now. Diplomacy. No, I don't want a noble. I'm trying to handle the other problems. 1 for true, maybe. It probably was. It shouldn't have. I want to point out, it shouldn't have. The damn thing said string to number and number to string. If it's returning a Boolean, I don't fucking know why. All right. What was I doing here? This is golden. That works as intended for now. That works not as intended. I want it to look better. Remove you. And I need this to be conwood ramps on this side. Build, construction, ramp. If any of you were trying to help me, I apologize for raising my voice at you. I don't want you to like get sad or scared or, he yelled at me or anything like that. This is why I was saying at the beginning of the stream, shout out to Squid Coder. Programming just gets me worked up.
Fleas.
All right?
Yell at us more.
No fucking fleas. I think like the very idea of programming just enrages me.
But RN, we've been a bad chat.
You have been a bad chat. You're very bad. Thus, you get no spankings. Because I know what you want, chat. I'm on to you. I know what you want. You get no spankings. All right, we're going to save because that took a minute. Should be something like string clamp voice. What the fuck is any of that? That's not how it works at all. What you've done is you put in a regular programming
GUH
thing.
into cutest voice. Oh, the sweet torment of not being spanked.
Oh my god. If we could track down and figure out how to get it to do voices like from Drakengard 3, y'all would all be bad people.
But I like programming. Going to cry in the corner now.
We could do programming on a programming streak. We
So
should.
back to Adamantine. Is it truly not worth carefully digging through the water, lava, and clowns to get it?
Kind of. So here's the thing. Bear with me. Simple art. I don't have the art monitor on right now. But it used to be you had a tier system, right? You had like copper, you had like bronze or whatever, you had iron, you had steel, you had adamantine. Yeah, that was basically it. This was your throughput of a game. So if you dug down and you were careful, you could get all the adamantine you want. You'd be like, wow, look, this is the adamantine on my map. I'm gonna do shit with it. I have succeeded. I have adamantine squad. I have adamantine army. I have adamantine. That was like your end game. You were approaching indefeatability, barring the fact that you should probably have had a standing armor the whole time, and that was worth way more. But still, indefeatability. Now, what it is you have the copper, cool. You have the bronze, cool. You get the iron, you get the steel, cool. When you go mining down there, there's a lot less adamantine. You have to go find the adamantine, right? Okay, cool. You can get the adamantine, and maybe, you get a fair amount, and it's worth the hidden fun stuff. But also, while down there is loot boxes, there are little 3x3 loot boxes everywhere. And about 7 of these things have divine metal, which is actually way above adamantine. There's like a bunch. You don't get to make it yourself unless you smelt the weapon down, and then you do. But now in the lowest cave, there's loot boxes that only have 1 demon, maybe, and inside is a weapon or armor or something, or on the angel or demon of divine metal, which is stronger than adamantine. So why would you try to find adamantine, with its fiddly bits, and be like, I'm going to get 8 or 9 of this, and there's a hole somewhere in there that you're really scared of. There's a hole in there. Usually there's like a pit down, and then it's actually like another hole slightly over. But why would you carefully mine into this, not sure, where the safe area to mine is? There is a way to figure out the safety. I have a video on it. When you could be a tier above that entire mechanic by looking through these loot boxes, most of which don't have anything in them, some of which have your divine shit, and some of them have more divine shit, but on an angel. So would you rather fight the army of hell, or would you rather fight 1 angel and get way more shit out of it? So there's not really a reason for adamantine. Why bother? Not to mention, there's less adamantine now in the game. So why even fucking bother with adamantine when the new end game is not at all related to adamantine? Doesn't make sense. Yeah. Like, they put in a new end game. Cool. The new end game has nothing to do with the old end game, but the old end game's still there. Why? I don't know. It just is. Don't get me wrong. I'm not saying adamantine's bad, but like, are you really there's not much of a reason to be wasting your time looking for it. Because if you get the shit that's divine metal, if you get adamantine, you can turn the adamantine into shit you care about. Or you could just smelt the divine metal shit that you collect and turn it into what you really want anyways. And this is assuming you don't just turn it into bolts to get, to do the dupe cheat to get, unlimited divine metal. Even if you're not doing that, which I do not suggest you do that, but you still get a fair amount to get a squad of divine metal. Doesn't make sense. By the way, divine metal is top of the line for sharp and blunt weapons because they have special coating. So divine metal, because with adamantine, it's good for armor and it's great for edge weapons, but it's bad for blunt weapons, right? You have to know to use silver and hope for platinum. You get divine metal, it can be blunt too. And it's even lighter than adamantine and sharper. It's like coded to just be max. It just is. With it cannot be destroyed. It is just better than adamantine in all regards.
It's over 9,000.
Yeah, so I don't know There's like, it used to be you could get lucky and maybe you would happen to have a base that had a thing on it that had like a tomb with an angel in it, and you could get some, and that was a plus. You know what I mean? It used to be like oh, cool, you got a guy with strength 18/00. You know, kick ass. You know, that the once in a lifetime sort of story you get to share. Now it's just what everyone does. Everyone's got dudes with strength 19. Does it matter? What does it fucking matter? An engraver guild. Oh my god. I thought I already gave you an engraver guild. All right, they're going to ask for petitions too. I need to get more iron. I want to make iron floors and make these be the guild halls. But at 12 by 12, I need 144 iron bars per floor. 144, 3 of them, 300 and 120. So 420. 432. I need 432 iron bars.
That's a lot of iron.
For the floor alone, if I want to have 3 guild halls up here. Now, I could maybe get away with 1 guild hall area for now.
It's gonna rust too.
Yeah, subdivided into 4. We will spare no expense, chat. Subdivided into 4, that could work. But we still need to get the iron for it, and I've been using iron lately. Because I wanted to use it for, like, this sort of shit. Probably not a good idea. We need more iron. Where was I getting iron?
I have hit
before?
HR 80 and am now taking a break to go get diner.
Was I going to have a door here? Did I forget to install a door? Why do I have 2 plumwood doors? I don't know. I don't know. Yes, I will build you a guild. I'm working on it. Oh. Wait, hold on. What the fuck am I even blocking off? What is this? I did like another entrance anyways? What the fuck? What is that door supposed to stop?
Well, I think I'm pretty lucky as I have a Gorlak and a plump helmet swordsman in my fortress.
I don't know what the point of that door is. Okay. And this is supposed to be a giant ramp to go all the way to the bottom. Is there no more iron? Yes, I'm working on the guild halls, jackasses.
So I don't need adamantine or divine metals. I have the 2 best warriors known to plump helmet men and Gorlaks alike.
This is where all my hematite is? Gotta get him trained up. You're saying that I have 19 hematite on this level to this level. There you are. Tiger Iron, Fire Agate.
The plump helmet man isn't in my fort because he can't petition to join.
Aren't they like pets? Just when I remember something from a way long time ago that you domesticated them. And it was a funny thing. It may have been a really old version, though. Where are my miners?
know their sentience,
Recruit? Are you in the military?
but they can't talk.
Manager, dancer, bard, animal dissector, metalsmith, necromancer.
Which I think should be something that gets a fix.
There we go.
Also, they mush, so very weak.
Well, you just said they were the strongest. Are they mush or are they strong? Native platinum repeat. I thought we already told you to do this shit on repeat. Okay. Dwarven child slipped into depression. What do you have to be depressed about, child?
They strong to me 'cause they are the best warriors in my fort, maybe next to Radu unless Radu died.
What
They're not resilient.
What trauma did you experience? What happened in 109? Where's your memories? Thoughts, memories. Two years ago? What trauma? Whatever, man. By the way, this is clearly not working. I feel like it works for a bit, and then, like I said, they're not getting over that critical number I was discussing
Also,
earlier.
them not talking doesn't have to be fixed because they have no mouths and no need to scream.
That is an insane book. Yes, more hematite. More hematite for the hemagods. All right, we can get more tetrahedrite from out of here later. We got a bunch of iron. And we're getting a bunch more. Okay. They're going to carry that back. We'll get the iron we need. I'll try to get a guild hall up there, and hopefully it'll be good for what we need. I need a way to get up there on proper, but... let me do it internally first. Iron 89. This was pecan. Nope, that is not what I wanted. Pecan. Pecan. Can't build over there yet. Con. All right. They strong me because they're the best warriors in my fort. Maybe next to Radu, unless he died. No! Don't let Radu die. If Radu dies, you'll have no more bards. You'll be cursed. No more tales of the Grand Tata. All right. Petition outstanding. Guild hall for stoneworkers, guild hall for engravers. So, meeting area. Put you there to there. For metalsmith. Crafts dwarf. I knew I had an engraver one. Doctor. Okay. New guild hall. There you go. We'll engrave your stuff in a bit. Might want to wait until we have the engravers be better off. Oh, someone came in that could start doing the guild. I just realized. Okay, we spent the longest time no one getting any training, and now people are getting training. I think talented is above proficient, right? I want you to be the new ones. I don't know where the other guild hall is. But we will get you some love. No, we do not need more bards right now. I'm trying to get to the monsters.
To arms and give RNG bear arms, for it is our right.
Hold on. I'm shooting this water in. I keep trying to come back, and I keep getting distracted. It's never getting done. Liquids. Gooey liquids. Water. Add.
We
Or add
always need more bards. Especially if they're of the spoony kind.
Spoony bard. All right. I think we're at 2 with some 3s. Just enough to stop it evaporating. We've brought over that amount of water before. If they were smarter, they would have had it over there already. We wouldn't have to worry about evaporation. I'm still going to make them fill the damn thing. I'm just tired of them wasting their time and doing it dumb. If they would stop, like... I feel like I'm the only person... I feel like I'm screaming at a wall that the auto labor system is insane. I have heard that there are efforts being put in DF Hack at the very least, to bring back the old spreadsheet version of assigning labors.
Helicopter-filled fountains.
Which I
Spares
cannot
no
wait
expense.
for.
You aren't, otherwise DF Hack wouldn't have a prioritized script.
All right, now, where did I put in...
The old spread shots? Monarch 37 HRMM.
Yes. Oh, yeah, the manipulator. Hold on, I forget how this works. You got to go here, change the tag, allow dev, then you can find the dev ones, which includes... Yes. Yep. It says, or it may corrupt your game. That's the thing I'm kind of worried about. Hold on. I'm going to save. I'll show manipulator, then I'll just reload. Yeah, I'll say that. All right. But what if it actually fucks up for me? My script didn't tell me that. That's how I knew to trust my script. My script didn't tell me I was fucking up. All right. So, as you can see, there's work being done to bring back the older system. The only problem is, it's a work in progress. And as you can see, scrolling right now doesn't appear to do anything. It makes the names go up and down. So that's neat. It is being the worked on. And you can see up here what your tags, summary, and skills. Like I said, I like this. I hope more work gets done on it. My big concern, though, is that at the end of the day, that's just going to be an in-game version of Dwarf Therapist. The problem is not necessarily, don't get me wrong, this is a big part of the problem. The UI to assign the labors. The problem is that the back end, the game has also changed how it prioritizes which dwarf does which labor. So we can change the flags of who has what jobs, but that's not going to change how they do things unless you do it very specifically, which I'm completely down with. That's how we used to do it before, and that will fix most of the problems. But I believe that there is separately a different issue with just how the new version of the game does it. And the way the new version of the game does it is insane. Every now and then, one of these bases, I try to force it to work the old way, but at some point I end up just throwing my hands in the air. Because the more you force it, the more it's like, all right, well, these dwarves aren't doing anything now. Why? Well, they're not doing anything. Why? Using arrow keys works. Ah, okay. For the manipulator to go actually like move the things up. Like I said, that is coming in. We will probably be using that at some point. I don't know what the current update is for Dwarf Therapist. I know every now and then the game updates, so Therapist stops being able to read anything entirely. Either way, it is useful. We need to, at some point, get its... Let me put it... Manipulator being able to set the flag to stop the game overwriting internally would be very good. Because if you let the game run before running...
I like it when
the
they get
Therapist,
trapped
it
in the
goes crazy.
tavern forever by bards. It's a weird way for a fort to die.
I don't think I've seen that happen.
Are we the baddies?
Where's the bards? I need to see the bards singing. Sing for me, bards. The enemy now stands before the bards of our great fort. I may have run out of air, for that one. It's all right. I am only human, therefore I'm fallible, unlike the dwarves.
Bards kick in toner mode.
In toner mode. How did you get up there? I haven't done anything related to this wall in a minute. What do you mean they're stuck? How? Silver bar. This list shouldn't be here. That list was down here. Well, I fucked that up. Luckily, this was not quantumed yet, so it didn't matter. Stones. Metal ores. Also, bituminous coal.
He climbs up but can't get down.
And lignite. I get the general idea of how he got stuck up there, but how did he come up with the idea to even
Has anyone noticed stockpiles randomly disappearing?
No. Usually if a stockpile disappears, it's because I clicked the wrong thing. I don't think I've seen them disappear without reason. Okay, so first of all, I want my engravers to engrave themselves. Please and thank you. Anyone who's talented.
Since last patch, it happens a couple times.
All right. If it is a new thing, I will keep an eye out for it. As it stands right now, no, I have not seen this. Meeting area here to here. Except Earth of Diamonds is my engravers, yes. Now, does the Earth of Diamonds have a different meeting area, Earth of Diamonds? All right, I do have a second one. Okay, this one can go away. We don't need that meeting hall anymore. What meeting hall are you for? You're the crafts dwarves. You seem fine with this, probably because there's an artifact there. We will move them up at a later time. I do not care about them right now. Okay, how's this beak dog coming along? I know last time I checked, it was half trained. Now it's trained. Okay. I would love to let you out, Mr. Beak Dog, but you're a beak dog. All the crest has been satisfied. That means I made the engravers happy enough, which means they must have done some decent engravings. Hold on. All of crests. Yes. I want you to stop engraving. I know it's not much, but I'd rather than
When you eating
re-engrave
someone
when
soft and mushy. That one random crunchy bit you can't break with your teeth, Reduko UWU.
I've experienced that way too many times. Cool. This is good. I don't want them to go further because I want them to get their training up. We have a lot of people that are in the red. I might just... I wish I could cheat the... no, I can't, actually. I'm going to cheat the children up. Look, kid, I ain't got a therapist for you. What is the mood-fixing one? There is a fill need, but it's a different one. Focus and unstressed. Not what I'm looking at right now. There was the happy. Is it good that I don't remember that the cheating scripts? Stress. It was like remove stress. All right, that did not remove the stress. This kid is so stressed, you cannot remove the stress. What do you mean? This is why you can't trust kids. Oh my God, where are you? Status. Current soul, I think. No, this is how you get their preferences and skills, not stress. Where the hell is your stress? Is it under counters too? Counters 1. Status. I don't remember where his stress is. I finally remembered where their needs are, and I've forgotten where their stress is. I want to see this not get edited. Kids lie, never trust a kid, right? Right. It's got to be under current soul. It's got to be. Or health. Oh, it's gonna be under current soul. Status. Not demands. Current soul. Really not have stress here? And I forget where this shit is all the time. Personality, do you have stress here? So his stress is negative fucking a billion. This won't change while I'm here? Kid, you can't be stressed. You literally can't be stressed, kid. You're being stressed because you're demanding being stressed. Hold on. I'm going to cheat the whole fort then. I need to see this work.
He sees the universe.
But all removes your stress. No, you're still stressed. Kid, what the fuck do you want? Also, I fulfilled all your needs. You should be focused. This kid just wants to be angry. Grouchy drinking the same old booze. Shut up about the booze. A stress script that I edited? No, that's fine. It's working for most of them. I appreciate it, by the way. It's working for most of them. But dwarves like this kid. Dwarves like this kid is why I do not trust the need system and the stress system. There's something wrong with them. I don't know what it is yet, but there's something wrong. Metalsmith Guildhall. Oh, that's right. I had you installed off of Platinum.
Looks like we need a daycare center run by vampires.
Right. It's easy. He has a dog to play with. Here's what happens. So I've explained it before, and you may have been here for one of the explanations, but there is a feedback loop system. The problem is dwarves remember shit. The dwarves are programmed with inherent racial genetic memory PTSD. There are 13 slots. There are 13 memories to remember. When you get an adult in, they can do things, and it's not easy, but it's easier to get them to remember talking to friends, to have sex, to do, oh, I made a great thing, so on and so forth. So they have a better chance of getting 7 happy thoughts that they will fucking remember to the day they die. And because the majority of them are happy, they'll go boop, 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 and just stay happy or be neutral or whatever. Kids, though, kids don't do shit. All kids do is play with toys. They never remember playing with toys. They do not fill up their memories with playing with toys, which means they never get good thoughts. But until they're adults, bad shit can still happen. And if a dwarf gets 7 bad thoughts, memorable thoughts, before they get 7 good thoughts, they are just going to be fucked for life. That is the issue. That is, as a side thing, when it comes to stress, that is the problem with the stress system, is the memories. And for whatever reason, the memories don't even trigger the same. We went over this like a year ago.
Childhood trauma.
Yeah. But the problem is the kids can do nothing but generate childhood trauma. Like adults.
Also, the negative stress accumulates way faster than the positive thoughts.
We discovered this over a year ago, where we watched the game do the ticks for the thoughts. If it was a positive thought, it would go, oh, I remember this good thing happened to me. I'm not going to do the correct numbers. Just presume positive is better, all right? The dwarf would go, I remember something good happening to me, plus 50, plus 50, plus 50, plus 50, plus 50. What a good memory. They go by 250.
Dwarf doom scrolling.
Yeah, then the dwarf would go 5 feet and go, I remember something bad that happened to me. Minus 1,000, 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 minus 1,000. Like, the individual ticks for the negative memory would be far higher than a positive memory, but also they would trigger twice as long. They would just keep hitting. So there are also just some negative memories, because it could be...
I didn't know they only had 13 memories. I would have guessed it was a random rolling list.
It's not necessarily
Plus, there's a cap on how positive they can be, but not about how negative.
It may not be 13. I will say that. 13 is just the example I always go with because it's easier to remember. But there is a cap. There is a cap, and it is possible to be above, like, the middle point. It's whatever is, like, the most prevalent memories. I always go with 13 as the easy number to remember. I forget where I came up with that number, too. Is it thoughts, memories? Thoughts, memories. Oh, wait, hold on. I think I remember where I came up with 13. Editor. Status. Somewhere around here is memories.
You can be positive 400 Happines max, IIRC, but negative a few quadrillions.
No. The 400 thing was stress. To be clear on that, you can only, so stress and other things are inverted. Positive stress is bad. You can only go to like negative 10,000 stress or something. That is the best stress, super unstressed. You can go way above 100,000 stress, though admittedly around 100,000, your dwarf is already trying to kill himself. But they can be far worse than that. So I will say the actual happiness scale is technically kind of even negative to positive. I will say that, mostly because when they've hit about the same amount of stressed that they could theoretically hit unstressed, they're already trying to kill themselves. So de facto it's balanced. It's not. The number can go higher, but by the time that's a problem, most dwarven personalities means that they've already lost their mind or killed themselves or killed another dwarf or whatever. So de facto, the stress system is balanced. The number you are recalling, Lord of Cakes, is the needs system, which can only go to 400 up minus 200,000 or some shit, which is not balanced. And the way their happiness off of the needs system is worked is based upon the average. Good luck. Good luck if you can only do 400 and you can have one of them at negative 200,000. Good fucking luck on that. Hold on. I'm trying to remember where memories are. Eat history. It has been a minute. The last time we really did a deep dive on the editor was a year ago. I did it for like 7 streams and then completely forgot what I was doing. Hold on. That's the history figure. Syndrome reports.
Because losing is fun.
Health. Hold on. Where was their memories in this list? Status 2. Nope, not that. Status. Traits. Attacker IDs. Artifact name. Current soul. Demands. Complaints. Complaints, parlays, commands. Souls. Current soul. Usually a lot of things I try to find are on current souls, but that's never this. That's their preferences and like personalities, dreams. Is dreams or memories? No, that's what they want to, that's what they dream of doing someday. Preferences, traits, manners and stress. Whether or not they like outdoors, how long they've gone without a negative stress, how long they've gone without a positive stress. This is their needs. These are individual flags. Memories. Long term. There you go. So when I'm talking about memories, they can have quite a few of these, but the long-term memories are the ones that they keep remembering. So this dwarf has technically 8 long-term memories. The first one might be nothing. He has he feels nothing about nothing, I think is what that one is. I could be wrong. None of these memories are filling in? Or is this, he's remembered this memory enough? They should have different flags. They should not all be -1 memories. You know what? That script I just ran might have, nope, I was about to say that script I just ran might have zeroed a bunch of these out. So he remembers feeling worried about a need not being fulfilled. And this has a severity of 794. Okay. He remembers feeling satisfaction that he mastered a skill. This does nothing. Cool. Great. He remembers feeling irritation that his clothes rotted. This severity is 0 right now. So maybe he doesn't care, but I believe this changed the personality of his. This is some memory that no longer is a problem. Satisfaction at teaching a skill. Doesn't give a fuck, really. Feels pleasure that he got to spar. Doesn't give a fuck. He feels bliss that he had a good bedroom. Kind of gives a fuck. Like all the good ones are like 0, 1, 5, 7. Oh shit, I didn't fulfill a need. How are you supposed to overcome that? What the fuck? It ain't gonna, and that, by the way, is a short-term memory. They can get long-term memories that get really fucked. So, by the way, as a thing, that is what these are. And I edited these before. We were practicing on a dwarf, and I lobotomized them. And I didn't change anything on the dwarf. They remembered, like, getting into a fight. I didn't change the severity. I didn't change anything. All I did was change it from, like, felt annoyed at having to get into a fight into was blissful remembering they got into a fight. And that dwarf went whoop, straight to green. Like, within one dwarf season, they went from the most angry, moody dwarf from changing one memory, the most angry, moody dwarf that could not be reconciled with, to this dwarf was on permanent Xanax because of one memory that kept triggering over and over and over again and had a default severity that was just fucking awful. But Switching it from worry or annoyed over to bliss made it be a positive eustress, not a distress. So suddenly their stress became the highest cap number you could possibly ever, and now it's changing one memory. You're just fucked sometimes. That's separate from the needs system. The needs system is the one that annoys me more, but there have been 3 happiness systems in Dwarf Fortress. They've all had their weaknesses and flaws, and about the time that players find a way to cheese the happiness, Toady replaces it with a different happiness system. And the new system is just as borked as the old one, and it leads to players having to find a way to cheese the new system. And then at some point, he comes up with a new system. We used to have happiness. That got fixed. I say that fixed. That got cheesed. He replaced it with stress. Stress was bad, particularly at the beginning. Everyone was just always killing themselves. And then people found a way to start cheesing stress, and now stress has been replaced with needs, which is not necessarily a happiness system as it ties in to the stress system as opposed to trying to replace it entirely. But that has its own kit and caboodle of flaws. Wait, no, what am I doing? That's going to get rid of the roof. I did those because that's where the wall was. 8 memories. Okay, that's what it is. 8 memories. Is that the short-term ones? Okay, so you can have 8. Memory count 8. Okay, so it's not 13, it's 16 total memories. 8 long-term, 8 short-term. I don't remember what the difference is in the game between a short-term and a long-term. But yeah, so I apologize. I said 16, but it is in fact 18. And then whatever the hell a core is. So this dwarf has annoyed dwelling upon having a drink without a goblet, cup, or whatever. So because they were dwelling upon, that is remembering in a stressful way. That is all that means. So if we go into this child, do the same thing we just did, right? Status, current soul. Nope, hold on. It was personality. Wasn't it? Soul personality. Status, soul, personality, memories. All right. Which one was having a drink? Fear over trauma, bliss at performing, bliss at bedroom quality. So this must be a long-term memory. He just hasn't filled these slots yet, it's the issue. Where is your fucking complaint, man? Is this a core memory? I don't even think these work the same way as the other memories. That's just, he remembers hating things, I guess. Oh, no. Core memories. Okay, I'm sorry. I'm getting the core memory part backwards. Core memory is which memory changed part of your personality. All right. Motherfucker, you remembered having a drink. Why do I not see the memory of having a drink? No memory there. 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 Fear at trauma. Okay. That was, he felt resentful dwelling upon experiencing trauma, and then he became more hateful. That changed his personality.
There was no mug.
Was that what the memory was? Bliss at performing. Bliss at bedroom quality. I'm just trying to find the not having a mug one. No memory. No memory. No memory. Where the fuck? How does he have a... Did it zero out already? Fuck it. I'm going to ignore that one and just go to this trauma one. Let's... Okay. He was scared that he experienced trauma. Let's change this fear over. This man, he wants to become a soldier. So he is going to fear ecstasy. Y'all were joking earlier about the Drakengard 3. Let's change this kid to Ditto. There you go. Blissful. And that one changed that memory, but it's happened again recently, so I don't know what's happening up there. There you go. that kid genuinely is probably going to get happier now, recalling. He's just going to keep triggering at the same fucking scale, except it's going to be a positive thought now. That doesn't make sense. Why does a negative have an infinite down but not infinite positive? I don't know. I'm going to tell you the truth. I don't know. And it's not like this is a like weird oversight. This is on like the wiki and everything. It's how it works. It's how he built the system. Hold on. I'm loading up needs. So there are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. There are 7 focus levels of how focused your dwarf is. Hold on. Like, I want you to understand the absurdity of this. Just follow me for a second. So you can get a dwarf, right? He has needs. This guy has needs. Hold on. GUI launcher. Let's bring this up. Look at this. Status. Current soul. There we go. What need is not being met right now? That's the need to socialize. I want craft object or martial training. Stay occupied. Be creative. Is creative craft object? I think it is because of 520. That cannot be the number I'm looking for. Hold on. That might be it. Be creative, maybe craft. Acquire objects more like it, but hold on. Drink alcohol, eat a good meal, fight. That's not martial. Cause trouble. Argue, be extravagant, learn something, help somebody, make merry, admire art, craft object. That's the number I'm looking for. Okay. So, every dwarf has like 21 needs. This is important how many of these there are. Every dwarf has like 21 needs. When the dwarf does the need, right? This focus level will go from a negative to a positive, and you'll just set it to 400. Like just as a thing, there's nothing that increases your focus level. There's nothing that adds to focus. There's just when they do the need, it is set to 400. This is slightly important because it might be possible to go above 400. It's just there's nothing in the game that goes above 4. It's when they do it, they are set to 400. The way the game works is every couple of ticks, I do not know what the number is, I'll say 5. That's not anything I'm pulling that out of my ass, but we'll say every 5 ticks, the 400, I'm going to do this right now. Hold on, I'll even send them back to normal in a second. Negative 31,595. Negative 31,595. So let's say he crafted his object. Oh, I don't want to change the type. It just sets him to 400. All right, and look, it's no longer not being met. Now, as we watch, I'm probably going to have to click out a few times. This is 15. Yeah, it's already down to 397. Right? We've already lost 3.
Does the labor system prioritize them seeking out their unmet needs if there's an order that matches them?
No. This is the problem. It doesn't. The majority of these needs don't. There is some of them, and it will, kind of, but as like an emergency system. The way the labor system prioritizes these needs is literally when they are so bad, it's like hitting the big red button on a machine and saying an emergency stop. When they are fulfilling the need in that way, you will see them have the purple thing of what are they doing? Praying to their God! And it's purple with an exclamation mark. That means the need has gotten so bad, it has overwritten everything else. That does not work for all needs because some of the needs are impossible to actually do and do not have a job per se. But there is a way, it will not happen.
What skills does Hellfire's Skyrim have?
The skills will be addressed in a second. So what is happening is every couple of ticks, I'm saying 5, I don't know what it is, it's going to go down by 1 when you're in the positive. That's it, right? That's not so bad. So presuming 5 ticks, that means every time you fulfill the need, you've got about 2,000 ticks before you've hit 0. Okay. Now, you've got 21, that and that alone, you got 22 labors. If you were doing them all, that means you only have 2,000 ticks to do 22 separate jobs, in addition to whatever I, the player, am having the dwarf do. Let's be clear on this. These 22 jobs, these 22 needs, are things that the game is telling the dwarf it needs to do on its own. These are not labors I'm telling him to do. These are 22 things that the dwarf, for the most part, needs to do on his own semi-automatically. So you have about 2,000 ticks. Again, made up number. It could be higher. 20,000? 400 times 5. 2,000. 2,000 ticks to do all 22 labors to keep them positive before they go into the negative. That by itself already sounds kind of bad. That is a lot. This is kind of the issue. There's too many damn labors per dwarf. That is a lot of labors. You're never going to do it. Number one, at no point at all will the dwarf even bother to think about the labor until it's negative. Flat out. So you're always going to have some negative labors. They're like, unless every job they have happens to line up with something they always are automatically doing, which is impossible with 22 labors, they're not even going to bother. It's not that hard. Manage your colony better. Are you trolling me right now? Because I'm about to get into half these labors can't be done. I'm about to get into this. It is that hard. Half the solutions for fixing these don't fix the labors, my point. They happen to be applying a Band-Aid to force it to happen. The game does not do it. You as a player need to know cheeses to fix the labors. We'll get to
So a bad
them.
roll on the needs chart is virtually unfulfillable, unless they accidentally fulfill their needs
Yes.
by walking by things that fulfill them.
This is what I'm getting to. On the whole, by the law of averages, this is not a problem. By the law of averages, if you get the more acceptable needs, the more doable needs, you are fine. This is why this doesn't come up a lot. But it is entirely possible to have a dwarf with all of the bad needs. And if you have a dwarf with all of the bad needs, he's damn near inconsolable. You need to do one of the known cheeses to keep him happy, which is doable, but you need to know what the cheeses are, and most people doing the cheeses don't know that's why they're doing it. When people lock all their dwarves into the bar to talk to each other for 2 years, they're solving 2 or 3 of the needs and forcing it to where they get solved on their own. I will approach the needs later. That's what they're
Love
actually
a dwarf
doing.
with no known family
Yeah.
that has a strong need to be with family.
Yeah, some of these
Some are
needs
impossible,
are
like being
impossible
with family.
unless you end up cheesing it. So going back to the core of it, on its whole, this is not the problem, but so we have an idea of how these problems snowball. You have about 2,000 ticks to handle 22 different needs, presuming all the needs are doable. Now, here is the scale of needs and them being met or unmet. Remember, they're not, the ones that are doable are not even going to be thought of by the dwarf to do unless they are already in the negative. The scale is unfettered 400 to 300. They have from 400 to 300 to be unfettered in that need. 299 to 200, level-headed. 199 to 100, they are untroubled by it. 99 to negative 999, they are unfocused. Negative 10,000 to negative 99,999, they are distracted. And negative 1,000 and below, they are badly distracted. That yellow means that they were distracted. You can kind of tell on some of them. Now, that's so it going super negative is not an oversight. That's like part of the scale. The scale is designed around telling you when shit is below 100,000 negative. Now, okay, that's bad, but 100,000 going off of about 1 per tick, you got plenty of time to stop that.
What does focus do to them, though?
I will get to that in a second. Remember that question, though. I'm just not there yet. Bear with me, please. So negative 100,000 is really low. If you have one of the needs that is harder to meet or is impossible to meet, you've got quite a lot of time to work around it. That doesn't sound that bad. This is not true. Dwarves have 4 need levels, 1, 2, 5, and 10. This particular need is a 5. What happens is every dwarf from 400 to 0 loses 1 per 5 ticks. Once they hit 0, give it a sec. It goes down by their need level per tick. Or 5 ticks, whatever it is. So the 400 one at a time slow burn only works when it's positive. So if your dwarf not only ends up with the needs that are hard to accomplish, if they end up with that need being a need level of 10, you are going to quickly have a problem. Remember, you're already unfocused at negative 1,000. I'm already at negative 45. That was only 9 5 ticks. That's like at need level 5 is basically 1 per tick. Boop, 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 boop. So at this point, the negative 100,000 is not that hard to reach if they have a need level of 10. For most dwarves, that's only gotten them to the bottom edge of distracted. They could already be way beyond that. This is presuming all the needs are doable and not the harder to accomplish ones. So some of the needs, not only are they fucking impossible to accomplish, they are already a fucking migraine the instant you have them. Now, there is another system, which is the focus system. This is what your question was bringing up earlier. What does this matter? What do the needs do? Well, a dwarf, if all their needs are met to unmet, will have differing states where, based upon math, essentially the averages of all of their needs, they could be anywhere from very focused to badly distracted. These are the same scale as unfettered all the way to badly distracted. So the 400 to 300, that's the top one. That's very focused. All the way down to badly distracted. If you see a dwarf that's badly distracted. What does that mean? If you have every need maxed out and you're good to go, which I will do on this dwarf. Hold on. I'm going to fulfill his needs. I think it's fill needs too. Hold on. There you go. They actually flat out become focused. Yay! They are focused. You accomplished all 22 needs at the same time. And remember, in order to keep all 22 needs up, you only have 100 ticks. To be fair, it is average. It is average, so this will be slightly, you have a little bit more leeway, but whatever the average is of 22 needs to be in the top 4 to 300 range. So you have 500 ticks for 22 labors to keep them all up. Admittedly, a little more than that because it's the average. You don't need every single one up there, but still, if you do that, your dwarf gets an effective skill bonus of 50%. Your dwarf is actually gets a buff. This is a buff right here. He has plus 50% to all skill rolls right now. Plus 50%. If their average is all the way down under badly distracted, they have a minus 50%. This means that if you have a dwarf or you are new to the game or something is happening with the needs, you just have a bad dwarf, you can't handle it, he will be operating at 1/3 effectiveness. 1/3. Some of you might say, no. You said minus 50%, it's only 1/2. But if the upper end of the scale is plus 50%, that means he's operating at 50 when he could be 150. He's 1/3 as effective as he could be. And that is the core issue with the needs system. Barring individual needs, which I'll get to in a second, everyone's dwarf, on average, is working at 1/3 as effectively as it should be 24/7. Also, I was on the needs screen. favorite mod, social, or rather need. So that right there is the issue. Your dwarf's only 1/3. Now, that's just the math. That math sounds extreme, but as Cole's put out, as long as you just manage your fort, it is possible. It's not impossible for the most part to actually have your dwarves focused. I will say this is a bit extreme even for Dwarf Fortress, because it does mean you need to know what every single need in the game is and have a way to address every need. I'm not being ironic about that yet. I'm just saying that a lot of people do not know that there's like 29 needs in the game, of which your dwarf gets like 21 of them at random, and thus your fort needs to address 29 separate needs for your dwarves to, on the whole, be primarily focused. Because it's not a binary. It's not 150, 0, negative 150. It's 150, 130, 110, 0, minus 10. You know what I mean? So you don't necessarily need to be at full bonus. That is an extreme case. And if you know what you're doing with all the needs...
And then you get fucked by a dwarf having a need to pray and 5 gods.
Yes, that is what we're getting to. For the most part, as written, it is a scale that kind of makes sense. It is absurd that most people do not know about it. Losing is fun in Dwarf Fortress, but as long as you've got this system in your head, you should, for the most part, be fine. Just run your base better. Here's the problem. 7 or 8 of the 29 needs you can't do. Now, you're only getting like 21, 22 needs, and there's like 29 of them. So, on the whole, you could have a dwarf that doesn't have any of these needs. And even if you get some of the needs, it's not a big percentage of your needs pool. But you could end up with a dwarf that has every single
That explains why I have some of my dwarves praying all the time and accomplishing
It is
nothing.
possible to have some of your dwarves unable to, on the whole, accomplish any of their needs. Because if they have all 8 of the buggy ones, which, and let's be clear here, even the non-buggy ones sometimes are a bit difficult to accomplish. But if you know what you're doing, you can. If your dwarf has 7 or 8 of the buggy ones, they're basically screwed. They're going to be unfocused their entire lives. Now, this does give you a good spread of mental health. This is a decent facsimile of a simulation of dwarves with different personalities, and some just are. Don't get me wrong. That is a thing to simulate. That is. But I don't think that's necessarily supposed to be what they're trying to do. Such as... we were bringing up praying, and earlier we brought up family. One of the needs, and I don't know if this guy had the need, but one of the needs, and the game does not pay attention to what your dwarf can do before it gives them the needs. One of the needs is to have sex with your wife or your spouse. This dwarf does not have a girlfriend. He doesn't have a spouse. He doesn't have anything. If this dwarf has a need to make merry, he's never doing that need. Off the rip. Now, again, hey, people get lonely. You know, like I said, you could be saying that you are simulating that, but there's no way in the game to give them speed dating, for instance. You can't force a relationship without cheating. It's kind of the issue. There's nothing you can really do to be like, so you can just end up with a dwarf that's fucked. Similar to that, there is to be with family. They want to socialize.
Yes, it is.
Yep, that's what they call it. They call it making merry. There is another need to socialize with family. There is not a single thing in this game that tells a dwarf to sync up with any other dwarf to do such a thing. So right now, if you did not know this, I have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. I'm not going to count the hospital. I have 7 meeting locations. If every dwarf were to try to socialize right now, this immediately means any 2 individual dwarves only have about a 1 in 7 chance of seeing each other. Nothing tells any dwarf which place to go to. So the more guild halls you build, the less social your dwarves are. Connectedly. the less social they are. They may socialize
So many
more.
of my dwarfs have make merry eyes droplet.
Yeah. A bunch of your dwarves may start socializing with each other more. That's good, don't get me wrong, but they may not be socializing with the person they need to socialize with if they have a socialize with family need. You're just kind of screwed on that. Part of this, there's another one, socialize with friends. Now, this one is one of the ones that is more doable. This is one of the ones of, hey, just build your base correctly. You will find this if you look up things to do to make your base happier stuff. The solution to this is to lock all your dwarves in your tavern with about a 2+ year supply of booze and food and just lock them in there for 2 in-game years because they can do nothing other than socialize. The way it works in the game is if a dwarf is in a meeting place with another dwarf, they will socialize. You will see this listed as...
So that's why it seems to work better when I overlap all the meeting areas.
Yes. So if they've socialized with someone recently, like at all, they will be a passing acquaintance. Now, passing acquaintance, like skills, has a rusty mechanic. If they are a passing acquaintance, and I don't know the time, I'm going to say a year, it could be some other amount of time, I do not know what it is. If they do not socialize with that person again, they will no longer be a passing acquaintance. They just won't know that person anymore. That can fall off. I think you need to socialize with the same dwarf like 8 times in the time period, 1 year, whatever it is, for them to upgrade from passing acquaintance to friend. And then friend can upgrade to close friend, kindred spirit, so on and so forth. When it says they want to socialize with friend, they have to be a friend, not a passing acquaintance. So when people lock up all their dwarves together in a tavern for 2 years, and that solves them being angry, what it's really doing is forcing every single dwarf to socialize so much that every other dwarf is their friend, so that whenever they happen to socialize, they will always be socializing with a friend. Now, yes, that solves the issue, but your average Dwarf Fortress player is not going to know to force their dwarves to socialize for 2 years to make this happen. Also, most people who do the socialization trick don't know that this is what they're doing. They just think that they're accruing a bunch of happy thoughts and now their dwarves are happy. Really what they're doing is they're getting happy thoughts from talking with friend, but they're also fulfilling a bunch of be with friends needs. And if 2 dwarves are friendly enough, they will form a relationship, which means you'll also have a lot more dwarves fulfilling the socialize with family need. They're literally just cramming everyone together until they happen to be friends and family so they can fulfill all the needs and be happy about doing so. Because you can get a happy thought talking with a friend. You're not going to get a happy thought just talking with a random person. At least not as happy a thought. If you do happen to get a happy thought, it's just not going to happen. So that's what cramming everyone into a tavern for 2 years, that's why people do it. That's what they're actually doing. You're forcing everyone to be a friend, to be a close friend, to, so on and so forth. That's what that is doing. That is why that tends to make things happy. Friend, that you have gods. I run
My single Great Hall Fort designs always work better.
Yeah.
I never knew why.
Yeah, this is literally it. So as the more meeting areas you have, we need this guild, we need this guild, we need this guild. Technically, you're nerfing your entire fort. If you start the game and make a guild hall for every single possible guild and an individual temple for every single god, congrats. No one's going to be friends. By making a meeting area, you're making sure that no one meets. I know that sounds weird. That's how it works. By making a meeting area, the more meeting areas you make, the less people will meet. It just is. You can mitigate this with a lot of them, like temples and guild halls, oddly enough, the setting that nobody ever does, because it's not a great setting, you can mitigate this by restricting a guild to only members can visit. Either they were already in the guild. If they're not already in the guild, don't fucking go there. This means that everyone in this guild who is already in this guild will be socializing with each other when they want to go do guild things, and they will form more social relationships. But people tend to throw it to all visitors welcome and shit, so they can get in bards and traveling people and shit to give them free classes to get a jump start on skills. A lot of things will just do this. So you can keep it on only members can visit. That helps with socializing, but it also forms cliques. So that dwarf is only really working with the guild He's not necessarily forming family or doing anything else in that regard. Number 2, another one that is completely fucked is deities. One of the scripts I have deletes every deity. Seeing right now how much... Pushback's the wrong word. I mean this in a good way. How much oversight getting a script in a DF hack takes just with the gym thing, I don't think I'm going to get my version of the God script through. I don't think that's going to happen. They really, the people at DF hack really are worried about things removing links and causing crashes. And my script right now removes links. Like that is, my current version of the script does the one thing that I've now learned 12 times to not do. My current script is not passing. I'm just going to say that now. I've got to redo the whole script. But right now what it does is it cleaves off all the gods. Here's the problem. When a dwarf goes to pray, they go, I have a need to pray. Every god will generate its own need. Meaning, I said I had 22 before? Nay. You have let's say the core number is 18. I don't remember what the number is, but let's say you have 18. They get 18 plus an extra need for every god they have. Each god generates its own need. So if your dwarf has 4 deities, he will get 4 extra needs. Yay! Each god can have its own need level. 1, 2, 5, and 10. Yay! Any god...
Doesn't a deity have an entire tree of relationships going all the way back to World Gen?
Maybe. I don't know what that has to do with what I'm saying right now, but sure. A bunch of them are from World Gen, yeah. When your dwarf goes to pray, he's praying because one of the gods is saying, hey, my need level is at X level. You need to pray now. Like I said in the earlier example, this is the purple with an exclamation mark thing. This is like one of the few times the need system will do an override and force you to pray. Neato. Here's the problem. The dwarf goes to the temple of the first god and prays to the first god. Then he goes to the temple of the second god and prays to the second god. Then he goes to the temple of the third god. He prays to the third god. Then he gets food and sleeps. It takes an entire cycle of a dwarf being awake, essentially, to pray to just 3 gods. That is how long they pray for. If the dwarf goes to sleep and the thing that triggered the need was god number 4, he will wake up and he'll say, hey, you have to pray to the gods. You haven't prayed yet. So he will go back to the temple of the first god. They do not pray to the god that has the most need. They pray to the god in index 1. Then they pray to the god in index 2. Then they pray to the god in index 3. It does not matter if deity 4 has a need level of 1, 2, 5, or 10. He's never getting prayed to. It will never happen. It just won't. So if you have any dwarf with 4 or more deities, they are also now fucked on the focus system.
So when it gets to 10, we're dead.
Yeah. So if you have a dwarf with 4 or more deities, you cannot fix him in terms of focus. He will be on the average completely negative. The other ones might buoy it up, but you can have 21 needs at 400 and 1 need at negative 5,792,000. Actually, I do believe we did learn that there was a minimum cap. It's like minus 200,000, I think. I think that's what the minimum cap was. It was way low, but it does exist. So, and that's per god. So if he has 5 gods, he has 2 gods at negative 200,000. He has 6 gods, 3 of them are at negative 200,000. The more gods they have, the worse they are. As a second thing, barring that you do not have more than 3 gods, this means in terms of fulfilling their needs, that building specific temples is slightly worse than building one regular all-encompassing temple. If a dwarf is in an all-encompassing temple, he goes, pray to 1, pray done. Pray to 2, pray done. Pray to 3, pray done. I'm getting chow. If you have 3 individual temples, he goes, pray to 1, cool. I'm going to walk to the second one. Now that I'm there, pray to 2, cool. I'm done. I'm going to walk to the third one. Pray to 3. Oh, I'm going to have to interrupt praying to 3 because too much time has passed. I've got to get food. So as another thing, if your temples are too far apart from each other, you may not be able to actually even get to the third god because they have to fulfill the full prayer. So if you have a lot of temples...
So we need to build Temple Row.
Yeah, you need your temples to all be together if you want to do that appropriately. Now, the solution, you might say, all right, just do the generic temple. Here's a problem. The generic
Same
temple...
XY chords.
The generic temple overlaps and causes a problem with...
And staircase through the middle.
Yep, with the happiness system. Because dwarves will get a negative thought, albeit not bad if I remember correctly, about praying in a non-optimal temple, i.e. I did a prayer, but I did not do it correctly. As opposed to doing a prayer in a dedicated temple, they'll say, I did a prayer in an appropriate location. I get super happy. Some dwarves, this is based upon their personality, will get that negative thought I mentioned, and some will get the positive thought. Not every dwarf, because they have an entire personality tree separate from all this about how much they care about doing the prayers and so on and so forth. So if you do a generic one, bad thought. Specific ones, good thoughts. As stated by T'Chulu, an easy way to overcome both of this is to have the temples essentially cheese the floor plan worth of the temple mechanic and have individual temples that all use the same space. Rather like how the bedroom cheat works, so on and so forth. It is a meeting area, and you get debuffs so they have overlapping floor. So if you can get all of your temples to have like an individual square, but they all share a really high quality wall.
New different Z levels.
I'm squishing this as tight as possible. If you get each of your individual temples to share a little bit of floor space, a 3x3, a 3x3, a 3x3, a 3x3, but they all shared the same really high, like masterwork engraved wall, walls can be shared without lowering the worth of the room. Little known fact. Also doors. So if you create like a 3x3 area with really engraved floor and you put like the outer 8 all have doors and you just don't share the one in the middle, a lot of worth for everyone involved. They won't care. If you do this, they can all be effectively really close together with maximum bonuses and not the negative thoughts because it's a generic
is a corridor of doors with good engraving under each door.
Again, it's goofy to have to know this, but this does make it more able for your dwarves to accomplish deities 1 through 3. Even doing that does not solve deities 4 and above.
Maybe the Temple Magic Siege defense system update will make praying more valuable.
So here's the thing. There is a thing in DF Hack that is on, supposedly. I personally believe that there is something wrong with this script. I was looking into this because it was pointed out to me that my script that removes the extra deities may not be necessary because there is a fixed worship script. However, here's the thing, chat, for those of you who have been with me for a minute. Fixed stuck worship has always been on. So I'm still getting the deity bugs, even though this script has supposedly been working. So I don't think this script works. The way this script is supposed to be working is it will detect if you are praying to a god, if this god is like a really high like need level, because it's the only time you're going to do a need while it's positive. Basically it goes, hey, I'm praying to a god, but the god's need is greater than, say, negative 1,000. I should not be getting the command to do this prayer. What is going on? If it detects this is true, I think that it's happened at the beginning of the day or something. What it will do is it will say which god has the lowest need and switch those two numbers. That way, God 1 always ends up with a really low negative that it can fix. That's what it's supposed to do. I have had issues with the gods still, so I don't think it's working. But I can't test it because I ran my script and all my dwarves only have the one god now. So I can't bug fix the script that's supposedly already working because, well, I already hit the problem with the sledgehammer. It's kind of hard to see if the medicine's working if I've already brained the problem. So I'm going to go through the needs real quick to try to remember which ones are really bad. spending time with people, that's a need to socialize. As far as I'm aware, that is actually really easy and is accomplished by any socialization thing happening whatsoever. That is slightly harder if they have unique meeting areas. If you make a temple for only one follower, that guy's going to have problems socializing. That's common sense, though. Need for drinking, go figure. Need to pray, meditate in the temple. We address that. Staying occupied, they need to be someone crafting. That's not bugged or whatever, but with the way it works currently in Dwarf Fortress, it
RNG, where are our dinos?
Hold on, I'm discussing things. As it stands right now, the auto labor system that Dwarf Fortress uses kind of just prioritizes who has like better skills and stuff. There is a DF hack thing to say, hey, someone has a need, use that dude to craft this bone ring. Relatively easy to do. You could also just manually set workers at a crafting station to make them fix itself. That one doesn't come up a lot, but if you have a dwarf, say always in the military, or you've set their laborers to just be a fisherman, they're not actually crafting, they will have difficulty fulfilling that one. Doing something exciting. This one is the easiest thing to do and the hardest. If you have a dwarf that has a need for leading an exciting life or doing something exciting, they need to do something that means that they need to get in danger. They need to see a goblin. When all these words like, oh my God, something's trying to kill me, that fulfills a need to do something exciting. However, the need can be accomplished by catching live vermin or performing at a tavern. So you can fix this one if you're paying attention to it by making all the performers at your taverns be people that have needs to do exciting shit. Even if they are bad at performing, you need this socially awkward motherfucker to go up and sing, because otherwise they will get unfocused because they didn't do, you've got to give them social anxiety. They need excitement. They need to be anxious. Give them social anxiety. You will solve the problem. Learning something is gaining a rank in a skill. This is the same sort of issue as crafting. They just need to be doing something that involves gaining a skill. You know what fixes that? My gem script does, which will work as well. Watch skill demonstration, watch a martial demonstration, gain a rank in a skill, learn something from written content. These all fulfill it. It's not that hard. Usually doesn't come up. If it does come up, you need to have more guild halls or something. Being with family, that's one that fucks you. You have to socialize with family members. Being with friends, we've gone over that. That one's goofed up. Hearing eloquent speech is hearing or reciting poetry. If you have nothing at your base that has poetry, you're fucked. I've had a couple of bases, if y'all recall, where my entire society did not know what poetry was. They had dancing or something, but it wasn't poetry, which means they could not hear eloquent speech. That is infinitesimally rare for that to happen, but it is possible, which could mean you're fucked. The way to fix this is to create a temple, a library. Because library, you can have people that will write new books and shit, and eventually they'll invent poetry, you hope, I guess. I don't know. That one's kind of a bugged one, but it's an edge case that actually comes up. Upholding tradition is kind of like poetry. They have to do something in a tavern. They have to perform improvisational forms or deliver dwarven justice. So if you have a bunch of people that say they want to uphold tradition, make them police. Doable, but on the nose of it, you have no clue how to solve that. Self-examination is to write song or poetry or read a book. Get a library.
Accepting
merry.
bard petitions can fix the poetry need.
Bard petitions. Yes, but not necessarily. Like I said, I had this issue come up a couple of bases ago. We were getting bards in. They didn't know how to dance. Something was just wrong with my society in that world I had. I admit, this is like, oh, this is just you. This is anecdotal evidence. I admit this was.
Those were spies.
Yeah, this was maybe like, they were all spies. This may be like a 1 in a million case that happened. But my point is it is possible. It's not likely to be a problem, but it is possible. Practicing a craft. It's practicing a craft. It is what it is. Make a craft. Practicing a martial art. This is the primary thing that the martial training gym is supposed to solve. Here's the thing about it. You got to gain a rank in a combat skill, spar at a training area, or complete practice at an archery target. Individual practice or martial demonstrations don't count. They have to be doing the kung fu fighting. If you have a bunch of dwarves with low skill without a good teacher in that in your squad, you want a good teacher, because otherwise they're just going to do individual practice. Individual practice doesn't fucking work, except for that archery target thing. If you make an archery target, that's essentially individual practice. They don't need someone to teach them how to shoot. They shoot a thing once or twice, they're kind of good to go. That doesn't come up a lot because a lot of people think that ranged is broken in Dwarf Fortress, so no one does ranged. But oddly enough, one of the easier ways to solve this is to just have a archery target. Practicing a skill. You have to use the skill, whatever the skill is. If you have a bad skill, though, you're fucked. Taking it easy. Taking it easy, you get fucked if you are doing good at the game. Taking it easy, they need to do the command rest at a hospital. They got to get hurt and then go rest. Because apparently there's an issue or something with regular sleep. Regular sleep isn't taking it easy. They have to be awake and sleeping, so they have to be resting at a hospital. Making romance, that's the thing from earlier. They have to see animals. The weird thing about that is the animal has to see the dwarf, which is not likely to be an issue, but it means you can have problems sometimes. Seeing a great beast. They have to see like a forgotten beast or some shit. Titans. There's like 4 or 5 that are, I need to be excited. They have to like get into a fight or be scared for their lives. I don't know why 5 of these are social anxiety ones, but they are. Acquiring something. This is another one of the broken ones. You acquire something, you acquire a trinket, when if they're supposed to carry it from point A to point B, they decide this shouldn't go in the stockpile. I deserve it more. That's what acquiring something is. So the cheese for that in Dwarf Fortress as a whole is to have 2 stockpiles and tell both stockpiles to give to the other stockpile. So the dwarves are constantly walking shit back and forth until they've all stolen whatever they wanted to steal, and now they've accomplished their need to acquire something. That's the way it kind of works right now. It's annoying. This is another reason why why I do my squish system for crafts and stuff. I will craft it. Hold on. Where are you? I will craft it here. Then it goes in there. I tell it to stockpile here. And I tell it to go into this minecart to go into this stockpile. So there's like 3 steps for any individual craft to get stolen so that the dwarf fulfills their need to acquire something. However, I still need it that the dwarf that wants to acquire something to happen to be the dwarf grabbing it. Orc with the bow, thank you for the resub. It was supposed to text-to-speech that. I'll do it. That makes sense. So that's why people tell the 2 to go back and forth. I just do that by having it go to one stockpile and then get squished into a quantum, and then you've hauled it once and twice, and that's usually enough to get the thing sorted. But if the right dwarf don't do it, and you can't force that dwarf to do it necessarily, you kind of can just make sure everyone's not doing hauling except that dwarf, but now you've destroyed the entire fort industry for a while, waiting for one dwarf to fulfill a need. But it is doable. It is broken, though. Eating a good meal.
How make quantum stockpiles?
That's a side topic. I'll get to that in a minute. Hold on. Eating a good meal is theoretically listed as 2 things, but I think one of them is broken. I could be wrong, but I think the second one is broken. It is supposed to be that they eat a food they like, or if the meal's value is sufficiently high. But I believe there is a bug that if the value is sufficiently high, does not
I think the
work.
auto-clothing script might fix the need to acquire something by virtue of forcing them to get new clothes.
When did 47.05 come out? 47.05, one of the ones previous to Steam, supposedly made sufficiently valuable meals sort this. I don't think it does, but I'm not seeing it in the wiki right now, so I don't know about that. Need for fighting. They have to be in combat. Some of your dwarves, not only do they have a need for social anxiety, some of them have a need to commit suicide. They got to be in combat, so they got to survive if they want to fulfill their need. which means they need to have a skill high enough to survive. But most people don't make their dwarves get martial training, so most dwarves don't survive that combat. But they fulfilled their need. That's another reason to use the training script. This is why my first script that I'm trying to get into DF Hack is the training one. It fixed like 4 of these problems.
Well, if they don't survive, they don't need to fulfill the need anymore.
Yeah.
All my dwarfs, including you, my Dr. RNG, want martial training.
Of course. After participating in a fight, which is just fighting, there is a need to cause trouble. They want to fight or argue with another dwarf. You could just have a need.
Literally ever.
You could just have a need for your
One.
dwarves to want to fight other dwarves. I don't know why. After fighting, causing trouble, arguing, there is a third need to argue with people. Mind you, you had socialize with friends, you had fucking have sex, socialize with family, socialize with friends. There are 3 needs that require you to get lucky and them talk to each other. And so far, there are at least 3 needs about them just punching each other. Remember, if the need doesn't get fulfilled, it drags the average down. If it drags the average down, you don't get the buff and you're more likely to get the debuff. So you somehow need to have a base where everyone's friends and liking each other and talking, but also you may need a base where they're all constantly punching each other and not dying. Good luck. Being extravagant is solved by wearing any item with a quality modifier.
The arguing one seems to fulfill itself.
It does, but it is obnoxious. Being extravagant, if you want a good tailor, you just at some point want a good tailor. Being extravagant is wear any item with a quality modifier. It's just wearing it. So if they get a good quality modifier on them, they're good. Secondarily, it says create a masterwork. Now, creating a masterwork, if someone's skill is high enough, is easily just keep going. They'll make it eventually. But 2 things on this. 1, it'd be far easier just to have high quality clothing. It just is. But 2, remember when creating a masterwork that their skill, if they're level 15, could be reduced by 50% if they're already unfocused. I don't know if you were paying attention to what I was saying earlier, but your level 15 legendary dude may only count as like level 7 or 8 because they're unfocused. 50% penalty versus the 50% buff. You could get masterwork shit way earlier if your guys were focused. Just a thought. Wandering is complete fishing, hunting, or plant gathering.
So never assign a masterwork need dwarf to mining.
Like I said, you can overcome this just by having a good tailor. Like, the tailor solves this issue wonderfully. Also, dwarves will constantly have good thoughts off the other system for wearing high quality shit. So really, that I don't consider bugged. It is goofy, but just have a good tailor. Having a good tailor solves everyone's extravagant needs, and they have happy thoughts about having good quality clothing. Just have a good tailor. You need a clothing farm. Need for wandering is fishing, hunting, or plant gathering. Just create a plant gathering area, chat. That one, like, that's not even a problem. That's wicked easy. Just... Is it this one? No, that's the museum. Somewhere around here, I have them gathering plants. I just don't remember where it is.
How do you find out those needs?
There you go. When you click on a dwarf, I'm almost done with this list, and I'll be able to tell you. We're getting close to the 3 more goofy ones. Well, at least one. Helping someone. In order to help someone, they have to bring water or food to a patient, prisoner, or animal. So if you're doing good and no one's injured, you're just not doing that. They could also fulfill it by bringing a wounded unit to the hospital. If no one's getting injured, you're not doing that. If they are yelled at by unhappy citizens, that counts as helping someone. That only really helps your mayor. That only helps like the one noble guy. So hopefully he likes he has a need to help people. And lastly, this is the one that most people accidentally fulfill this, leading a demonstration. So basically you need the dwarf to have high teaching skills. And that's how that one mostly gets solved, is leading demonstrations. So if you have a dwarf with that, get them into a guild and get their skill up or something. I don't know how you would fix that regularly. If you are not getting hurt, you're not going to have a lot of people helping people by bringing them to a hospital and giving them water. It's not going to happen. The easiest one on this is going to be leading demonstrations. And then the last two, thinking abstractly, is writing a poem. Essentially, playing make-believe, the kids can do this. Composing music or a poem, write any written content. Technically, they could also fulfill it off of re, but it's off the same thing anyways. So it goes back to the brain things. So a bunch of these are solved by forcing them in
People who need to argue in DF bloody fuck you block bastard bitch fuck you bloody fuck you. Okay, have a nice day.
So a bunch of these doable ones you just need to know how to play is create a tavern, lock everyone in for 2 years, create a library, get at least one book in there, and create Fight Club? You can solve a lot of the more goofy ones with these 3 things. I suggested a couple of these that were just absolutely unfixable, but that's what you kind of need for the 3 goofy ones, is you somehow need a Fight Club, you need a tavern that everyone stays in for a couple of years till everyone's friends, and also you need a library.
At Orc with a Bow, fuck you bloody.
Oh, and then also there's admiring art, which it says be exposed to artful furniture, artistic crafts, or engravings. Masterwork furniture. Just, if you have someone high enough, replace furniture with masterwork, you will fix admiring art. That one's an easy one. So yeah, those are all the needs in the game. About half of them easily able to solve. About a quarter of them
Epstein mighty or bloody fuck you.
able to be solved if you cheese something or are aware of what it means. And about a quarter of them, you're not fixing. There's just no way to do it. And screw you if your guy wants to pray. It's been 77 minutes you guys have me talking about needs again. All right, now, Orc said how to make quantums.
Us guys?
Hold on. Orc said how to make quantums, but someone else did a
I
request.
tried to
way
distract
earlier.
you like 5 times.
Sub. Wounded is my dwarf. I completed. Hellfire said, what are my skills? Also, I'm sorry. I've not been paying attention to the ads. I was supposed to do push-ups at some point in like the last 4 hours. I'm sorry, Dictator Bob. I don't know if you're still here. I'm sorry. The next ad is in 30 minutes. Now, quantum stockpiles don't exist. They are not a real thing. They exist as an overlap of some other mechanics. So you will not be able to find anything in Dwarf Fortress that states itself as a quantum. A quantum stockpile is anything that causes a certain situation to happen.
I did try to distract you.
The quantum stockpile is caused purely by I've put something somewhere and people will not take it out. The way things, for the most part, work in Dwarf Fortress, such as on stockpiles, is every square says, I want something in me. Once it has something in it, it no longer wants something in it, so it's not a problem. But nothing in the game stops things from being in a square. So I think there's 3 easy ways to do quantums. When I do them, prefer the minecart system. But the easiest system is to find a cliff and make that be your dump. So you can dump whatever you want manually while that dump is active. They'll put it in one square and then you could just forbid it and not have to worry about it. So because the Taylor script auto dumps all worn gear, all of the worn clothing gets put here and then it's not grabbed. Because it was dumped, it is forbidden. But if I want to unforbid it for the purposes of going, into the trade depot, then I have it already in a stockpile that allows everything. It does not take from the world. It does not ask. But if something's there, it happens to work. The one I prefer to use is the minecart system, where minecart stops can be programmed to, when a minecart hits this square, take everything in the minecart and put it in one of 4 cardinal directions, north, south, east, west. If where it is dumping to happens to be a stockpile for those items, well, all those items are in a stockpile, so nothing in the game will ask for them to get brought out. Note, for whatever reason, this does not work for bins. The code for bins tells the bins that they don't want to be together and to pull them back out and try again. I don't know why. but it does. So you have a stockpile that does not allow bins to put items in. You tell that stockpile via the route menu, I want you to put everything in that stockpile into this minecart. That minecart is at a track stop that goes nowhere, but it does already dump in a direction. When your dwarves put it in the minecart, it will act like a slide and put the items somewhere else. And those items all happen to be in one square in a stockpile. You have stored more items than the game would have told to be stored there. You have quantum stockpiled. I like bringing it a step further and quantum stockpiling into a giant stockpile that will allow a category of items in it. And you use the minecarts to sort them out into the entire category. This allows you to, if you wish, ban all of the items of a category so that when you are crafting, you can build with what you want and not see the other items. This is a way to sort the items via quantum stockpiles so that you can build with the strategic resources you want. This I have called a strategic quantum sorting house, also known as the squish. That is why I call this a squish. This is technically a quantum. This is a row of quantums into a trough. This is a squish. I don't even remember what the initial question was, but this has been my TED Talk on the labor system and why most of them do not work and why I am trying to get scripts into DF Hack to semi-passively handle at least a few of the scripts at a time. Some of the scripts I use right now, such as just getting rid of half the gods, don't work for DF Hack. I haven't brought it up to them, but I can guarantee you if I submitted it, they would ask me what I was smoking. They would ask. They would ask what I was smoking. Why is there a Gorlak in my base? All right, this is a stockpile for food that is booze. So I want all the drinks up in here now. Is this bed uninstalled? I gotta figure out what to do with these damn beds. We gotta like quantum the beds down somewhere. No, I do not need another bard. Could you mod Dwarf Fortress to just spawn less gods?
So what makes it
than
quantum
worlds?
dose? It just hold infinite stuff.
Yeah. Literally what it is at its most simple, every square in Dwarf Fortress wants one item and one item alone. A quantum is any way where you could hold more than one item. You are condensing the amount of floor space an item takes to a lesser degree. The natural way to do it in the game is via bins.
Or that it is and isn't really at the same time.
It essentially holds infinite stuff. It is every item individually is in a place it is allowed to be, but there's no rule in the game that
Real asterisk.
There's no rule in the game that actually checks if there's one item there. So one square gets one item, but technically every item can get the same square. There is a quantum state of all these items exist in the square, but an item can only take up one square. It's just there's no secondary check of every square can only hold one item. Whenever you kill someone and their shit drops, technically speaking, that is kind of a short-term quantum pile because all of their gear is in one square. You're not supposed to be able to do that.
Also aside from the piles under work buildings.
What? I don't know what you're referencing there. What is an underwork building? Ooh, ooh. 173. There we go. We'll get some more iron up here so we can get more guild halls.
This is like
here.
the quantum trolley problem.
Oh, nope. Didn't want to put that floor there. Build, construction.
If there's no
floor.
stockpile, then products pile up under workshops.
Oh, yes,
I
yes,
assume
yes.
it hasn't changed.
This is
But there
true.
should be a square under workshops that holds a pile of completed items or items to be used.
You are
It
absolutely
used to have a
correct.
crowding debuff or whatever.
Yes, that was The only natural, like, working as intended quantum in the game was that you didn't have to take things out of workshops.
Addon strategist, do any of the dwarfs have unmet needs to Ligma?
No. None of the dwarfs have unmet needs to Ligma. Also, for the removing gods, you can't really fix that. There is a lot of stuff in World Gen, particularly in history, that is based upon the gods existing. Gods are physical, like they are creatures. They do things, particularly in world history. If a dwarf does not have a dwarven god, they can pray to elven gods. They can pray to human gods. They can pray to forces and demons. So it's not like there's an issue with the dwarven pantheon. It's just the prayer
They are
system.
physical creatures, and you can kill them.
Yeah. So you could try to force World Gen to generate less of them, but there's nothing to stop more necessarily from happening or from being prayed to anyways. Because, like, half of them are historical figures that get created, and half of them are like, oh, the kobold, or the fucking... Who does the forces? Someone does, like, a type of god called a force. You could end up praying to Forgotten Beasts. Like, there could be a thing to Forgotten Beast if it kills enough and people survive to tell the tale. The Forgotten Beast can accept the domain of fucking something. Gross. It doesn't happen much. We had it happen in a goofy story we had a long time ago. Why is that text-to-speech not working? RLK281, thank you so much for following. I was expecting the text-to-speech to work, but it's not. I don't know why. Did I turn that off? That text-to-speech, what was that, on Stream Elements? I don't know why that's not. I'll have to work on that. Question, RLK, type that in again. I think I'm seeing something. Can you copy and paste your own message, RLK? The long-lived DF thing? I think we have a cart before the horse situation. He subscribed, right? Or was that, yeah, you subscribed, but when you subscribed, you were not a subscriber. So it did not text a speech. But now that you're a subscriber, it
Long live DF.
Yeah, now that you're a subscriber, it should text a speech. So we have a horse.
Smiley face.
We have a horse before the carriage issue. I got to work on that. I got to get it to read the subscription one as well. I have no clue how to program that, though. So that's going to be a minute. Thank you so much, though. What? Meeting area. U to U. What guilds do we have out there? Tavern. Metalsmith Guild Hall. You're already worth some. Craftsdorf.
I'm still trying to figure out if it's possible to do quantum tombs. There's a glitch in the code when a tomb is assigned, and I think it might be possible.
Even if you could, let's say you can, I suspect another issue would show up that would kill you. And that is, if you disturb a tomb or it doesn't think it's been treated correctly, the ghost will rise as an angry ghost and start trying to kill dwarves. So in that particular case, even if you could pull off a quantum on it, I would not want to risk it. Because the dwarf is likely to come back and be angry. I had it in the pre-Steam version, and I suspect I could do it again. I don't see why anything would have changed in the code to change this. Where if you overlaid a temple with or a guild hall with a barracks, they could get extra martial training watching the people training in the barracks. I used to have all three overlap, and all my dwarves had wicked high skills whenever a martial training thing was being led. But I seem to be able to get it to happen a lot prior to the Steam version, and I think I got it to trigger once after the Steam version. But It is rare enough now that I've been able to pull that off that I don't think there's much of a point in trying anymore. Whatever caused it may have been overwritten. Also, by the way, to your question, how can you tell what their needs are? Click on any dwarf and you can see a need they have if they haven't fulfilled it. So this dude is leading an engraving demonstration, which is neat, but he wants to go fight someone. He wants to steal an item. He wants to do martial training, and he wants to go craft an object. So the craft object thing is mostly being solved with allow idle dwarves to work. And I have them working on shells. Someone's doing it, but it only does a dude at a time if they're not already busy with something else. And the need for martial training, they should be rotating out in the gym.
RNG, how did the war with the Swig and DCs?
The war went nuts. The war with the Sugon
Ds.
Yeah. The war with the Sugon Ds went nuts. It was crazy. I'll never forget. I'll never forget the Great War of Sugon Ds. The bards will tell
Hell
tales. Yeah. The bards will tell tales of all of the Sugon Ds that we did.
It was chaos the whole time.
It was chaos the whole time. All right. Did this get filled? Nope, this is still filling. I wish I could see what this number was. But at least it is actually filling this time. I need to clean up a lot of things. I'm trying to get the goblins in for now, but they are such a pain. Okay, hold on.
Is there a fact script that auto-generates orders for planned items that don't exist?
What? I didn't understand the question. Is there a script to do like the manager to ask for shit that's not ready but it go through
I think
when it
like
is?
blocks, glass, etc.
Squid Coder appears to have understood the question, so not yet. It's planned. Oh, I just said forbid, not dump. Quick, someone come strip this goblin thief. Strip him of all he knows.
At Squid_Coder, I await eagerly.
Yes. Strip him. Strip the goblin. I want to see the goblin lay bare before me.
Were you just saying if you take a dwarf out of tomb, they will become an angry ghost?
Something like that, yeah. Why? Except this will be called the Goblin Hole. Now, there should be no problem with this because once he has been dumped in, we should not see him anymore, or at least when they see him, it should be way up, so not necessarily a problem. I have no clue if this is going to work. Bestowed the name something upon an iron shield. Well, all right, you do that. Come on. Let's dump this goblin. Yes. Did he break anything from that fall, by the way? All right, he took that fall. Oh, no, okay. His left lower leg got bruised. Took the fall like a champ, though. All right, remove. Beak dog will stay here because I'm training the beak dog. I need to get another beak dog. Okay. So we made more iron. That is getting done. In terms of grand progression, I've not made much, unfortunately. What was I doing with this stairs? I don't know what I was doing with this. It would never work. This is a bad plan. I think I want to replace this inner corner with iron wall. I think we want to go down the main thoroughfare without people freaking the fuck out. but I'm not sure. Like, I want them to see it, but I need them to be in a position of, oh, this looks cool. If I put it there, we're always going to have a, oh my god, a goblin problem. Or forgotten beast or whatever. Like, I want it to respawn and to be responded to, but not 24/7. We really need to sort out what is happening with weapons and armor. Okay. Let's create our armories. I still have no clue what I'm doing down here. Did I have an idea of shooting across? What the fuck was my plan down here? I think I had a plan and then I changed it. Now I have no clue what my plan was. If I ignore that, then people won't know I fucked up. So I'm just going to ignore that. It won't be a problem. I do want an archer training thing, though. I'm trying to think of how I did this before. Well, you can't carve a fortification into sand. So whatever I did, this would need to be dug out. You just can't. And from... I kind of want to put a stairwell on that. Can you put a statue on a stairwell? I don't think so. That would be Resident Evil as fuck, though, to do that. Put you down here. Why do you mean I'm blocked? Oh, I gotta dig it, not build it.
Says who?
Says who what? That it'd be Resident Evil as fuck? It would be. I say it. I'm going to leave those two alone.
You can fortify sand.
Can
Can't
you?
asterisk.
Because in order to carve a fortification, you need to smooth. You cannot smooth dirt. No amount of sand castling will make this be a fortification. Why do I feel like my miners are always constantly low level?
Mythbuster proved that you can smooth dirt.
Okay, are you talking about vibrating the sand into whatever that special term for like special vibrated compacted nonsense? That does not count.
You've never seen me in dirt in the same room.
What? You're right, I haven't.
Engineered earth.
That's the word, thank you.
Nah, Adam Savage polished a ball of dirt until it was shiny.
I don't see him shooting arrows through it. Persimmon. That's what I'm going with this time. Wooden blocks. Give me 40. Make them persimmon. You better actually work this time. Weep. Ooh.
Can you make an arrow fly through lava and become a fire arrow?
Lava's stone.
Our trenches, not fortifications.
No. They're trenches. I think
When are we going to get the WW1 update?
You can't get fortification foot.
The World War I update? Oh. No. See,
At someone over there, what like a flaming
the
pea shooter from
WW1
PvZ.
upgrade is from the Nier storyline, and we're on the Drakengard storyline, so we just get fantasy shit. Like nuclear bombs. Don't export pics. Okay. I'll work on that. Alright, how do I make arrow trap military archery target?
Aha.
Don't I have another wood lying around? Not pecan, not persimmon. Dolomite. I thought I had another wood. Dolomite it is.
Zombifying nuclear bombs.
This whole thing's off in size. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I thought they were supposed to be 5x5s. They were over here. Why did you become a 6? Ugh. All right, we got to make everything bigger now. Dolomite.
Can't wait for the Siege update in this game.
I'm trying to recreate the, Isn't there a
At
way
someone
to
over there,
choose?
really hope it's good and works properly.
Build.
And they don't just beeline into your fort.
Yeah, I'm not gonna lie. There's every bit the chance that whenever they do that update, I might stop playing Dwarf Fortress for a bit. I have a sneaking suspicion I will get so annoyed at whatever is happening that I will not play for a while. You should be persimmon. Why do I still not have more
I feel
persimmon?
like they are going to copy RimWorld's Sage mechanics.
This should be 2 less. This is way too big. I don't like this. Trying to remember how this works. Archery target, you to you. How did I do this before? I think I just had it like this. Because I never stood... Because I locked him out of it. Okay, I'm remembering. I'm remembering, chat. Don't you worry. I think that's how I did it. It has been so long since the Resident Evil 2 fort. I solved so many issues with military, and I don't remember fucking any
Cody
of them.
said that goblins would probably be bad at digging stone.
Yeah, RimWorld Siege mechanics annoy the hell out of me. I hope they don't do that. Like, they pick the weirdest shit to do sometimes. I need constructing. I need a hatch to put on this. All right, where is Stone Boy? I want this to be a stone hatch. We've moved things around so much, I'm losing track of shit. Can I make it a gypsum hatch?
I feel like people are just going to make a layer of lava so they cannot dig down,
Borax.
LOL.
Probably. You have to remember the crazy thing, too, which is, like, he was trying to update things for the cavern layer.
Pure Admiral Wiley family.
Admiral Wiley family? All right. Admiral
You
Wiley.
should turn your gypsum into cast powder instead of trying to make furniture out of it.
You don't know. Admiral Wiley, you prayed that Angzok Dan Lidode bemoan. Your close friends are Hellfire Skyrim and Glass Half Empty 9. Your kindred spirits with EK Gladiator, In Spirit 77, Lord of Cakes, and Azrakon. One time you spoke to an engraver who didn't have a name worth remembering. You're right. How do I do that again? Is that out of crafter? I forget where plaster powder is made. About to get the Addon to do push. Plaster is made at the squishy
Furnace.
place. Is it at the furnace? Like the kiln? Okay, not you. Where do I make you again? You said furnace. It's not kiln. It's on a glass.
Kiln, yes, my bad.
Is it? I just looked at a kiln, didn't I?
I saw furnace operator and brain went BRR.
Brain go burr. I have got to fix these. You're right. I don't have a kiln over here. I thought I did, but I don't. Did I have one and get rid of it? Okay. Where's the stone then? I'll make the third corner be the kiln. Actually, it should be down here, but whatever. Wait, why are these in two different areas? Build, workshop, furnace, kiln, go. What can I eat up? What annoys me the most? Anhydrite. It's your goofy hydrating ways. Did I order the hatch already? I did. Borax.
RNG, what do to take care of a young beard?
Huh? I just have like default beard things.
Abracadabra, Amoro-N-A-N-A. Abracadabra, Mordro-Gargar. Abracadabra, Abra-O-N-A-N-A. In her tongue she said, death or love tonight.
Oil it up daily.
What? This needs to get turned at some point into a way to do other stuff. But for now, I'm going to test something.
Put the lotion on the skin.
This is going to be the captain of the guard wearing leather armor. I don't want melee effectiveness. I want ranged effectiveness. And can I filter out that
Beard.
they're not in the other place? Hensley Crafts, Engraver, Carpenter. I just want to put some people in here. Y'all are making this shit difficult. I don't want range potential. How about that? Can't be ones that are already grabbed. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Schedule, train, edit. Just 7 for now. Done editing. I'm going to name them at some point. I just want to see if this is already working. Because I remember we had to do like 2 or 3 things to make this work properly in the Resident Evil map. I just don't remember what those things were.
Why did you pick leather uniforms instead of archer uniforms?
That was a test. That was a test and you passed. Congratulations. You get to move on to round 2. Because in...
What is your plan to capture FBS?
Round 2, fight.
My plan to capture Forgotten Beasts is I need to narrow up the hallway system that I'm doing here. This needs to be a lot more narrow. But what I'm going to do is have an animal, like the bunny here, trapped upstairs. I am then going to pierce the thing down here. The creature will come up to eat the bunny. I will shut this bridge when they come through. Then when I go through there, I will shut this bridge. And then they will be stuck. I need a wall here. Hold on. Persimmon, construction, wall. Persimmon block. Here we go. Then they will be stuck and unable to go back. So they technically have a down area, which I can't really work around. But using the U-bend, they will be stuck in that area. Sometimes they'll be above ground. Sometimes they won't. It'll be a zoo. Literally, my idea is just to lure them into position. This is probably unnecessary, but I want to see if this is already working. I need to quantum up all their gear together. See, he's already needing to go eat. Oh my God, hurry up. Hurry up. Waiting on you. Hurry up. Waiting on you. Look at this high drag individual. Low speed, high drag. Don't listen to poetry. We're trying to do training right now. Petition. No. Maybe. No. No. You know what? Fuck it. I'll have one soldier. I've accepted a soldier. Stop asking. People are still picking up equipment, but I don't see anyone coming down here to do the thing. How much equipment do you need? Sorcery. They call me sorcery. Never before have I ever thought to myself, what if I shot upon a sorcery? Wait, no! Oh, no! I put them as captain of the guards. We've activated the justice system. I was not ready for prison. We're going to beat people up now. Oh.
You realized.
Why? Don't beat the child. What if we forgive them?
Kick the baby.
Don't
Let
kick
the beatings
baby.
commence.
So-
RNG trying to protect the kids.
Try to protect the kids. Difficulty impossible. Petition. No bards right now. I'm trying to...
Mikhail doesn't count.
All right.
Beat the kid.
Did Tachulu get beat? Is that what just happened? Hold on. Were you just recently beaten up?
What if I didn't run? What if I'm not a coward? What if I want them to get me? What if I want them to try?
That's one way to get people to fulfill their help someone needs. Eat the baby, just don't eat the brain,
So-
and you'll be fine.
So was he punished? Oh, God, I should have paid more attention. Okay. So, closed case. Tachulu, Weeb Trap, Jake, Dishmab, and Godin.
You can't eat the baby in this game. What is this? Arm World?
But if he's already been beaten, like he's hurt like he got beaten already. I don't have a jail set up. Okay, I need ropes. I need ropes now. I need lots of ropes. I want to put them in these hallways, particularly where we have the gym and barracks, so that they're not alone. Or I could put them in jail in the meeting areas over here. One of these is going to work.
Cage can work, yes?
Cage can work, but if you have them, if it's in a cage, they have to be fed. If they're on a rope, they can feed themselves. Can. It's not usual, but they can. Can I build a rope with persimmon wood blocks? Yeah, that's what I thought. That was weird.
Wait, that just made me curious. Can children dodge traps in DF?
Yeah, why not? 1, 2. Let's get 6 ropes to start with.
You need some sort of crane to lower goats into the pen. If they can dodge a wrench, they can dodge a trap.
What? We're okay, something is wrong with the manager. Why are we not... Like, this is active, but we've not made any. I told him to make this shit forever ago.
I think there is a small chance in DF that dwarfs can get trapped in cages.
He got beaten for breaking export restrictions.
So if they can, you get the dwarven children to train their dodge skill from a young age.
Is my
Hey, who did
manager...
orange_TJ kill?
Hold on. Stop, everyone, for a second. Something is wrong. My manager is not managing or something. My manager says he has an office. T'Chulu, where is your office? Can you access your office? T'Chulu's the one that got beat. All right, I'm about to heal him right now. You'll have to forgive me. There you go. Chulu has an office. That office is up here. It is not cut off. Cool. T'Chulu's going to training. He should have gotten his train on already.
He's in some form of military.
Yeah. He does still have a need for martial training. What is happening here? Your need should have been fulfilled a long time ago.
If he goes to work after being healed, can you re-break his legs?
I ran into this issue while working on the script, and they weren't somehow filling their need for martial training. If you're in a training session, you're getting training right now, right? Skills, combat. You have a lot of observer, but that's not the
At
skill
Hellfire
that's useful.
Skyrim, you need Jesus LOL.
Also, who is my dwarf killed by Orange TJ? That was a request earlier. Who is my dwarf killed by Orange TJ? Orange TJ, Orange TJ, you have killed nobody. You're so peaceful. Not you. Not you, not you. There we go. So what are you all doing? It just says training session, but you're not all here. Are we waiting for everyone to show up? At least 8. Where the fuck is everyone else?
Nah, I'd rather use blood to fix my bad thoughts.
Unable to practice martial art, but you've been here for a minute.
Flap LUL.
1, 2, 3,
Told
4,
me
5,
to
6,
streak.
7, 8. Are we waiting for more people? I can lower the number if we're having a proper issue with this. Like, no one's doing the training. It just says training session. Are you all just sitting here waiting?
In DF, is it hard to rebuild a civilian that has less than 100 dwarfs?
Yeah, you didn't streak hard enough. You have to streak for 5 streams.
You can, creating new forts, and you will generate dwarves out of nowhere. Your first 2 migration waves are guaranteed, so I think that means they're just completely generated. It doesn't actually draw from your civ. After that, they have to migrate, like, properly. So I believe every fort you make is essentially 20 free dwarves for your civ. I could be wrong on that. I think that's how that one works. All right, hold on. I'm going to pause this. We had this as a discussion that people were thinking that we should also use this for a mental health situation. So I'm going to lower the number down to 6. That suddenly freed everybody up. Don't know why. He still didn't fill his need.
At least he's going to manage work orders now.
16? I might also have 2 different scripts working on top. Oh my fucking lord. Does that mean it's no longer running? We did a bunch with it, so it got wibbly at the end. I think the auto training I have right now is like one of the goofy half ones that's not working. It's one, they weren't training, so I suspected that's just a Dwarf Fortress hiccup again. But 2, and I don't think this was the last one, so I might just have one that was working in the middle. I think one of my intermediate, because it's still showing names, so I don't know what's going on with that. But it's saying that it's training 16. Which, that is weird. Like I said, this is one of our work in progress ones because it's showing all the names. It should not be showing the names. And also should not be training 16. What does that even mean? So I'm going to disable auto training. And then does Jim say 16? Jim just says 1 somehow. Why do you say just 1, Jim? Are they getting in each other's way? I mean, they're not both on at the same time. Okay, no, Jim's got the number correct. It would have taken 8 off. It moved 8 over. So why does Jim say 9, but auto training say 16? You're the one who put the names part. Yeah, no, I know. The names is me. I'm not blaming that. That's why it's saying the name showing up tells me that this was one of the steps. I was debugging something, that I never restored the script to a regular thing. I do not know what. You're saying, you said it's in Discord. What is in, the completed version of it. Yes. That is neither here nor there. I just find it weird that one of these is doing 16 and one is doing 9. Hey, I know about how to train beak dogs. See, under Jim, they are rotating out. Now, I am going to pause. So this is going to shuffle the entire script. Stop. That clears everyone out. Train 15. Where are you getting a 5 from, buddy? Because my thought is they're not going to train if they think that there's more of them that need to come in. And I don't know why this particular script thinks we need to get 15. Nope, not enable. Disable auto training, which does not clear everyone out. If I say Jim stop, they weren't running, so it won't clear them out. Jim start to Jim stop will. Okay. Why would that even say 15? Nothing we did would have added 5. All right. Here's what we're going to do. We're going to put this on to be right back real quick so I can load up Discord and see what the hell's going on. Because I might need to exit the game and re-enter, so on and so forth. And also because I missed another ad break and I did not do any push-ups. There's been one request for push-ups the entire stream and I've never done it. It's like 5 hours old. Let me grab the completed version.
Is it maybe counting people in the law and order squad that need training and are in a squad already?
Let's say it is. I'm not saying it is, but let's say it is. Does that mean that the regular script is doing that right now? Like the auto training that's like submitted to DF Hack? Because again, the old script didn't do that. So I'm wondering, like, is that an issue with the add to squad thing? If that is the issue? We are going to end up with unironically, we are going to end up with a situation where I'm going to have a script.
Orange is saving their points for their plans on world domination. I mean, applying for mod LUL.
We're going to end up in a situation where we're going to have this script submitted to DF Hack and it will be accepted and sent out to the world. And I'm still going to want to use my old script just because I understand how to fix and check the old one. And I do not understand half of the new stuff. Right. Dwarf Fortress. Hold on. Quit without saving. Save and return to title menu. Hold on. Library. DF Hack.
I'm saving points to be able to get another sub.
Hold on. Is it Hack Scripts? I don't remember where this goes again. Hack plugins. No. I know the old one, Dwarf Fortress.
At Hellfar Skyrim can't afford to pay for them?
DF Hack config scripts. Delete auto training. Paste auto training. All right. I have copied over the last version I believe I received from you. Why do I cause these weird bugs? I swear, you give me any code for any game and I will find out how to cause the bugs. The instant it is any code that I did not program, as hacky as my programs always are, is the instant we figure out what the bug is. Enable auto training. Nope, that was the version that had an issue with ignore count. Nope. Where was... This was local, needed to be global. Cut. This is supposed to be up here.
I mean, I don't...
Actually, no, hold on. It wasn't supposed to be cut. Game.
I just prefer to save my money and get someone else to pay for the sub LUL.
Where did you go? Where did you go, game? Ignore flag, ignore flag, ignore count, ignore count. Recheck. Ignore flag. Ignore flag. Where's the local ignore count? Do I have to download this again? Have I somehow permanently fucked this up? Fuck it, whatever. Scripting drives me fucking batty, man. Download you again. Is downloaded. Close you. This script. That's right. I gotta go through my things. This is why I was doing Be Right Back. Be right back. Here's my downloads. Auto training, delete. Downloads. There was an auto training here. I'm an idiot. Grab you. Copy. Go back. DF hack scripts. Paste. Auto training. Go into auto training.
DF hack should build an IDE into it for y'all.
Yes. All right. Ignore. Local ignore count 0. What am I in now that things aren't showing blue? I open this 2 different ways? Don't care. Do not care. This is only going to hurt my soul. Up here, martial training. Seriously, this looks completely different. And then under the other one, remove local. Control save. Close. Close. Train 14. Well, I do not know why it is doing that. It is driving me crazy. So auto training's off. I am doing gym. I don't know why it's doing it, but it's doing it. I've done something horribly wrong, and we're adding in 5 people that should not be added. I don't know why. I'm just going to make it to where the gym handles it. In DM, the most current one. I think I was downloading it. Like I said, it's got to be wrong on my end. I don't know. I've done something horribly wrong. It can be solved at some other point. The old script works. It's not the version we're sending to DF, but for right now, it works under my computer's environment. Whatever the fuck is different on my computer environment, separate from everyone else's, it is what it is. Also, we are in a very bad position doing it this way.
It works on my machine beaming face with smiling eyes.
That's what I'm saying. Like, I'm willing to bet it works. I'm not going to sit there and be like, it's not working anymore. Whatever is the environment for my computer that makes it not work is just what we're just going to have to deal with. So that's why I'm going back to my script for now. My script works and was made on my environment. It just works. I don't know why. Whatever. It will be as it is. Why is no one building these walls? There we go. These need to be turned into proper walls too. But look, there you go. This is a firing range, chat. Look at it do things. Yeah, because it's not going over, I do not remember or know why it's not going over. The dwarves are actually training. We only have 1 training right now, which is a bummer. I would rather more be training, but someone's training. Real question is, what are the rest of them doing? Oh, no, we don't need that. sleeping. Stop sleeping. All right. Has justice sorted itself out? No sentence, no sentence, no sentence. I think all these have already been handled. There's no open cases, only closed cases. Some people got beat, but other than that, we're good to go. Dealer, interrogate. Dealer. Dealer might know what happened to Dealer. We're going to need a office for him. Azrakhan. Azrakhan. Dealer again. He's not going to like this, but oh well. Ushrir. I did not think that this is what we were going to be doing today with the justice system, but now here we are. Ushrir Omolath. Omlath. Diduk Idash. Diduk Idash. Dishmab something or other. I think it was the brewer. Opposable thumbs. Opposable thumbs. Disorderly conduct on no one? No one did nothing. Got it. No one saw the nothing happen. I can see why I have a disorderly conduct here. That no one did nothing to the no one. Zuglir Alith. Zuglir. No one did the vandalism, and we have no clue who stole what. So we're going to go in order and investigate on that one. The only issue is I need 8 ropes, and I need an office for this man. I knew we were going to need one. That's why I had the other room. I just started filling it with levers because I didn't know where else to put the fucking levers. So for right now, it's not a good office. It is needing a lot more shit. But for right now, here's the office. This will be assigned to the captain of the guard. There you go. That's what I was saving. You build above ground. Hello, wardens. And normally, no. Yes. Half the time, yes. Half the time, no. I'm what some might call a hill dwarf. I don't really like the caverns as they have been nerfed into the ground, in my opinion. I don't enjoy them much. The purpose of this fort is to be like Jurassic Park. So I'm trying to get forgotten beasts from the caverns, put them on the surface, and perhaps die while showcasing them to our guests, the
WTF
goblins.
are dwarven wine nuggets? Sorry, don't answer. I'll Google it.
Dwarven wine nuggets? Where are you seeing dwarven wine nuggets? So this is above ground. Why is this just saying interrogate? Okay. This is above ground because we're slowly building a Jurassic Park fort. I'm needing to sort out the employees, though, and boy, are they being a pain about this. Boy, are they really being a pain about this. Like, this one should probably get dragged back to there, and this entire archway should get made more archy. No, I don't want another bard. I have not given you guys the tavern yet. But how are you doing this evening, wardens? Yes, you interrogate in your office. Copper bed in dining room. No! How about that? He wants a dining room and he needs a weapon rack and an armor stand. I can actually do the weapon rack and the armor stand, no problem. Looks like we are doing them out of microcline. Do we have any more microcline? I don't think we do. Weapon rack. You can make it off of brimstone. Armor stand. There you go. I can only presume that a wine nugget would somehow be whatever's left after the majority of wine evaporates. Is it condensed nuggeting? Also, what is happening? Hold on. We gotta make this sound radio recording, but not bad.
Interrogation report. No, this sounds off. Interrogation report. Interrogation report. Investigative Agent Fire Phoenix 11 reporting. Met with subject. Built rapport. I'm going to change that effect. Built rapport in order to elicit information. Subject naively complied. In the early winter of the year 104, an unidentified creature as the human, the bard, Shine Dinner Voices of the Mischievous Confederacy, corrupted the subject in order to have an agent in Rain Torch. An unidentified creature met with subject and made flattering remarks. Subject spurned the law, and agreed willingly.
So, just to confirm, no, completely serious. Just to confirm, my first investigation about who beat up Dealer and what I got was that Dealer was stealing shit. I'm just here to solve crimes, chat. I'm just here to solve crimes. All right, do we make any ropes? I believe the noble has gone back to work on the work orders. They've started closing out. Oh, shit. Do we get a song? We got a song, chat. I gotta do push-ups during this. I got to it just late. Well, we got our justice system working, and then we celebrated it. Did that one.
Oh, it was a fine meal of nuggets made with wine.
Ah, okay. No new pertinent information. Fire Phoenix 11. The Necromancer. Necromancer had no information for us. No new information. No new information. So we don't know anything about anyone. Okay. We want 8 chains. That kind of sucks, but okay. All right. No one do exporting. It's a bad idea. We don't have one up right now. Don't export pics. I can't make you a copper bed, crazy bastard. Might need to give him proper furniture in here, but this will do for now. All right, we haven't found anything yet. All right, let them keep going. Is anyone down here shooting? I love that I have this working. Look at how safe they are, too. They're so safe, chat. Have someone grab up the new bolts. I really need to make the ammo be in a more accessible location. Because they're going to bring it all the way up there now. All right, we need to quantum these things. Since they shoot at the end, I think the weapons, the range weapons need to be down here. So I'm going to create a big stockpile. I'm going to shrink it down a little bit. The fact that this is such a goofy size room is annoying to me. Because it does not align with where the stairs are. I don't know how or why I've done this, but I have. I probably should have expanded this north, not south. So if I'd done that, it would have been a 2, and up there, but yeah, it's probably what I should have done. Oh well, it is what it is. And get rid of it here as well. It's not likely to be much of a problem, but I don't see why. I'm doing everything in this area out of persimmon.
Making everything slightly asymmetrical makes it easier to deal with.
This is true. Now, this is a stockpile of all weapons. See, that's the problem. No crossbows. No bows. Am I likely to get a blowpipe? Do I need to give a fuck about a blowgun? It's the only other ranged thing, but how often am I going to get a blowgun? I'm going to ignore blowgun for now. And I'm also going to ignore this middle one. Except you are weapons. Allow all but none of these. All cross. I should have just said bow. All bows. Do not take from the world. Do not allow bins. Done. I'm going to call it the ranged squish. Not that this is even a proper squish to begin with. Weapons, allow all, disallow all. Allow bows. No bins. But take from world. Range source. Add new route. Bow can be on top. Crossbow, I mean. I only have one minecart. One minecart it is. Looks like I now need to make an iron minecart, though. Weapons, all, none. Only crossbows to the top one. Draw from here. Do nothing. Cross switch. Let that sort itself. I'm expecting the majority of these to be crossbows anyways. Anything that's a bow, we're probably going to end up melting. Like this bottom one is probably going to be set to auto melt. Unironically, not joking. I know we're going to get a bunch of bows from the goblins, but whatever is not getting squished down is probably just going to get melted. Because I want to make this area can be weapons, this area can be a line of armor, and this area can be ammo. That's what I would like to do, is get the ammo all stored here, instead of whatever the fuck is happening over here. Like look at that. Chat. What's wrong? Ghost Cyper, thank you so much for following.
Thank you so much.
Where's this minecart? Is it already here? No. Get this cap out of here. Petition. No bars. Please bring the minecart. All right, new question. Is someone hauling a minecart?
The train knows the way.
The train may know the way, but my minecart doesn't. Who's got the minecart? But it is not currently there. Okay. Where is it? And is this cap in my way? All right, let's do this another way. Where are you? Oh, now it's the instant I go looking for it. Oh, I've been here the whole time, boss. All right, there we go. Start getting the crossbows down. I want more weapons brought over here. All right, I'm gonna need another minecart. I was gonna sit there and wait, but we don't have enough slots. Am I fishing right now? Jesus.
It's making a journey, traveling from one dwarf to another as they drop it to run off to prey.
Shut up. Other object, iron, minecart, do now. Am I needing fish right now? We've got plenty of food. I don't need fish. Why are we fishing? Fisher dwarves. Coca! Stop it, Coca. Stop being legendary. Don't be legendary, Coca. People are lactose intolerant. Level 52 at fishing? What does that even mean for fishing?
Why is the minecart taking so long to get there? Makes minecarts out of metal.
I don't know what you're talking about. Shut up. No, I want skills. And I want fishing industry. I want the fishing skill. All right, hold on. All skills to reach. Many skills gain practical levels beyond level 15. Farming, plant gathering, and fishing use an older formula for calculating yields, which effectively caps the skill level at legendary plus 10. Oh no! You can only be level 25 at fishing. Why are those ones using an older skill? Okay. So what's the older skill? Do you have the old skill listed? As mentioned above, farming, plant gathering, and fishing use an older algorithm for converting skill levels to a number in a 0 to 5 range. For these three skills, the result is used to determine item quantity instead of quality, directly for fishing and gathering, and with some adjustments in the case of farming. This check does not appear to check focus or attributes. That's good. That means anyone who's unfocused, describing our need system before, doesn't give a fuck if they're fishing. Neato. Okay, so hold on. Hold on. How much fish do you generate? No. No, pause. This is too much fish. So the point is to determine how many fish you get.
I can see why fishing has a cap.
Yes, bear with me. The purpose of the older system in fishing is to determine farming, plant gathering, fishing.
Don't want to overfish the river in a few seconds.
Use an algorithm to convert your skill level to a number between 0 and 5. This number determines directly the item quantity. If you have 0, you are 0. With a skill in 5 chance, i.e., whatever your chance is out of 5, add a 1. Which means you're always guaranteed once you hit level 5. With a 1 in 10 chance, add a 1. With a 1 in 15, add a 1. With a 1 in 20, add a 1. And a 1 in 25, add a 1. Meaning, technically, at level 1, you have a very small chance, but you can roll a nat 1
And
and
Lord
get...
of Cake's fish aren't real.
Yeah. So, you guarantee 4 fish, and at level 25, 1/3 of the time, you get a extra fish. So every time he goes fishing, he's either getting 4 or 5 fish. Which means when we see this other, that other does not mean how much prepared meals we have. That other is how much raw fish we have. Oh my fucking Lord. That's not cooked. That's all the raw fish this man just fished up. Also, the thing said 5. How are you getting 6s? I don't think that script works the way they think it does. How are you getting 6s? Consistently 6s. I think whoever wrote that part of the wiki does not know that there's apparently some other mechanic where you can get another +1. Because you're supposed to have 4, 1/3 chance of 5. We clearly have chances of 6. Okay, no more fishing. We do not need to fish anymore. This man will be preparing raw fish until the day he dies, and he will not have caught up to our backlog. Does one of these areas have the more fish than others? I like how
He's got fish till the end of the Age of Myth.
Yeah. Look at all the fish. Holy shit. Okay, we're good. We don't need a fish ever again. You go do something else with your life. Did we ever make that other minecart? Add new route. Here. There we go. Bow squish. Weapons, all, none. Bow, all. Cross, off. Look how that is. Grab from here. Check nothing. And go. These have to be 2 different stockpiles. Shit. Otherwise, I can't have one of them be auto-smelt and the other one be auto-smelt. So this is... I'm just going to call it bow smelt. It's not even for sorting, really. Weapon, all, none, bow,
Drunk
all.
is a dwarf flat on
Hello,
his back.
Grogrin.
With a mug in one hand,
Cross
a hammer
off.
and a hat. Grogrin be its name, for it is
Do
quite
not
fat.
take no bin. You bow off, cross back on. Shouldn't
Might want to
change it.
remove artifact from that stockpile if you're going to smelt them down.
Can't smelt an artifact. Besides, worst case scenario, can't even smelt like I can tell it whether or not to even melt masterworks. You can't smelt an artifact. How goes it, Grogrin?
That artifact must be something made out of dark steel.
Dark steel. The greatest age of Magic the Gathering. No, I don't need bards. Especially because half of you are thieves anyways. Okay, can we investigate dealer again? I'm just saying. Like, I feel like we should investigate dealer again. Theft of 2 shoots. Yeah, we didn't investigate him for this. Do-do-do-do-do. No. No, don't schedule. Do Azrakon for that one. Bowser for that one. C-Flex for that one. Playboard for that one. CK. Someone doming. Dravis. Alright, there we go. We got to get the person's skill up for interviewing anyway, so we might as well just interview everyone for everything while we can. I think every time he interviews someone, his skill goes up. Bring the bows over. Smelt them bows. Tell me the glory. The glory of the bows. Why is there a bin? Fuck you, bin. That bin's attacking my sinuses, chat. Keep the bin away. Defeat the goblins, chat. They're taking me out with chemical warfare. Where were we? Welcome in. Whack. Whack. Make yarn. You better make that yarn sock. All right, we got some stuff done today. Admittedly, we didn't get probably as much as we should have. We got some more iron. We built the goblin facility. We got the range thing going. We're compressing the weapons down. Built a little bit of the walls. Next time we'll need to take this a bit more seriously. I feel like we kind of slacked off a bit for half of today's stream doing side things, namely programming questions and other such. Trying to think if there's anything we can do in the short term.
Side quests are fun.
Side quests are fun. We got the dead buried. Is there anything?
Oh, a penny.
Ooh, a penny. This whole area kind of needs to be redone at some point. Because if iron is like what they're seeing, then we should have kidnap. Holy shit. The spectate thing technically cheats. The spectate thing technically cheats. Because the kidnappers have the job of kidnapping, it's not a military job.
LUL, you cheated.
It's not a military job. So the spectate thing shows the job of kidnap over the goblin I'm not supposed to see. That's a known issue. I just love the implication that there's a shoe out there that wants to kidnap me. All right, hold on. Civilian alert. For real, get in. Hold on. All right. Is there anything more we need to add to this today? They are not re-getting that ammo right now. If I'm out, then I'm out. That's on me. Not that we're shooting with the Mark Swords anyways. I think the big area was back here. Not that it's necessary. That goblin's trying to climb out. This goblin, this motherfucker is. This is why we have the ramp. This is how we trap them. I gotta get rid of that steel and replace it with glass. But this is
The kidnapper offers Nikes to whoever gets into their white van.
You get Nikes. All right. Civilian alert, go. We're gonna.
This is the zoo one, right?
Yes. So,
I want Nikes.
Kind of, we want a bunch of these interrogate subject. Okay,
I
he's
only
heading.
get in the van for Air Jordans.
We're kind of hoping that a bunch of these dudes get captured, and then we can put them in the goblin pit for later. But we're gonna want to fight a bunch of these.
No Adidas fans? What about Pumas?
All right, that was every cage trap. The rest of them need to be fought, and this human poet's going to die. I don't know what you want me to say. That's the poet's fault. 1, 2. No, he's coming out over here. Yeah, just stand there. Doesn't matter. Actually, if I can stand
asterisk.
here. Why are y'all walking back and forth? You are not supposed to be in this area. I know why. That is my fault. Here's what I need to do real quick. These are no-go zones. Technically, what you're supposed to do is go up through a wall that I've not yet built and then come back down. I don't know why there's a gap there. Probably was a tree. That's what you're supposed to do. I don't know if the math there will make it be more correct for you to understand that. I don't think those two over there are necessary. There's no point in walking back and forth right by where the goblins are going to come up. And that goblin's dead. The dogs are jumping on. Yeah, come on in. No. Don't run. Don't run. The best part of this is that dude's going to try to run. Oh, we didn't get the lever in time. Yeah, he's already gone. Y'all failed. Well, that guy got killed. All right, we got to surprise ambush one of them. I'll take that success. Pull lever, do now. All right, you're good to go. Civilian alert canceled. Again, I didn't hear any combat sounds during that. And I know we get combat sounds. It's very strange to me. All right. How much fuel do we have? 166. We got enough to melt some gear. Why am I
Crash. Clang. Boot.
We get the noises, though. I feel like you're saying that like a joke, but we get sound effects rarely, and I don't know why.
Bam.
We get them. They exist. This is working well, though. And the whole time, this guy was just practicing his training. So what we may need to do is have the gym be at archery practice. Because the archery shooting counted no matter what. Regardless of whether or not the other script was working, that kept making there be 15 for some reason. But even the new one only really has like one dude at a time shooting, which I find weird. There should be more fighting and shooting. At least 3. But hey,
thank you so much.
One dude wants to shoot, then one dude wants to shoot. Hey, Coseeds, thank you so much. What is your name a reference to? That feels like a Final Fantasy VIII reference. The G throws me off. I would almost say the CO Seeds is like the commanding officer of Seed.
Thanks for streaming.
Well, thank you for watching. Petition, deny. All right, that stuff has gone through well. These are going well. This is operating. That is decent. We could do better in the future. Is this 18? Okay, so these are the same stockpile. They really shouldn't be. I feel like they should be over here. We'll work on that next time. Because right now, I'm going to erase this stockpile. Except this should be an ammo stockpile. Except custom ammo allow. I'd rather not allow all, but for right now, we got to get them somewhere. I think right now, this is where I have ammo. Yeah, they're already in bins. It's already not well. So we might as well just bring all the bins to the new one. That way it's closer. They're stacking to 31. Does that mean... Also, why are the bolts all being set for melt? They shouldn't be. Arrows, yes. Bolts, no. I would rather have the bolts, if they're going to be stored incorrectly, to at least still be stored closer so the ammo dudes don't have to go so far away. So I feel like he keeps grabbing like one bolt. At some point, Condense had to have run. It shouldn't have, though. I hate Condense. I feel like Condense causes bugs. And we can fix the armory later. I think we got things done. I do kind of wish we'd gotten more done, but, you know, we got meeting things. I think we're good for today. We've gone over our... That's me here. Thank you all so much for following. Have y'all been here for a while? Hello. Welcome. I am near the end of the stream, though. I've already gone for 6 hours, so we are going to be raiding out. I do Dwarf Fortress, for those of you who are new followers. Dwarf Fortress is on Saturdays. Quite frankly, I probably should do it in the middle of the week. I feel like if I want more viewers, I should do Dwarf Fortress in the middle of the week. It used to be Saturday was the day, and in the weekday, obviously it's been bigger, but I feel like Dwarf people don't watch Dwarf Fortress on the Saturday. I feel like I might need to change my schedule at some point. I'm planning that mountain home. Yeah. I feel like Saturday has been my Dwarf Fortress streaming day for 8 years, and I feel like Saturday is like the day people don't watch Dwarf Fortress. It's only taken me 8 years to figure that out, but I think I'm finally... Actually, no, to be fair, Saturday, it used to be the day. Tuesdays, we do Terraria, and Wednesdays, I am over on Reduce channel co-hosting. Thank you all for following. We will be doing Dwarf Fortress again on Saturday. I'm going to save this as end of stream. End of stream March 15. Usually these videos are auto-published after the stream ends and I transfer them to YouTube. There's been a bit of a backlog. I've there's been other backlogs. Things are getting done. Don't worry about it. If they're not on the Twitch, they should show up soon, and pretty soon they should all show up on the YouTube. Jakes DK, thank you so much for subscribing. There's supposed to be someone just subscribed. There's supposed to be a text-to-speech. That's not working either. Today has been a bad programming day. I had an idea. I lost it. Oh, yeah. Twitch implemented the thing where you can only have so many highlights. So it backlogged me because I had to go through like 1,000 videos. Because apparently Twitch wasn't auto-deleting my old videos like they used to. And then they blamed it on me. And they're like, you got to delete your videos. But Twitch would also freeze if I ever deleted more than 20 videos. So I've finally gotten it to be I'm allowed to do highlights and editing again. Yay, Twitch! No one's working in my fort? Oh, no. Why is no one working in your fort? Hold on. I cannot easily solve this in little to no time, but I will say 3 things that cause issues. Follow me real quick. 1, under labor. If you have a custom one, get rid of it. I'm not saying there's things wrong with custom, but again, I'm doing this fast. If you have a custom one and they're not working, there might be an incorrect setting. I'm not going through all the settings that can cause problems. Get rid of the custom one. 2, after you've done that, click 1 on and off and make sure most of these are just set well. There is a way to say every labor and then nobody does this. I don't think that's happening. I'm just saying, look out for custom ones. 1. 2, no job. None of them are working at all. Are the doors open? If a door is locked, they can't leave the room. I don't know if they are leaving the room for you, but if the door is locked, it'll say that they're stranded and they won't go to work. I'm trying to... 3, if you've forbidden everything that can do jobs, if you forbid the first material and everything, and the workshop itself is forbidden, they won't work on it. They should do other things, so I don't think that's a problem, but still. Literally the only things I can think of are pathfinding and labor issues. I'm going to sneeze again. If they cannot leave the room, they will not work. And if it's forbidden, they will not work. And if somehow they've all been set to not have any labors, it will not work.
A burrow might cause problems as well.
Yes, that would be the pathfinding thing, but you are right. If you've accidentally made a burrow, just delete the burrow. Again, these are not... Burrows work. I'm not saying burrows don't work, but a quick and dirty, just to purge everything. Get rid of burrows. Make sure the doors are open. Make sure you don't have a custom labor assigned. And make sure the doors are open. Yeah, there are a couple things that can inadvertently set a lot of your dwarves to not do stuff. They're not likely to happen, but also if you're new to the game and you happen to have caused it, it's also very difficult to notice you've done it to get rid of it. Hopefully one of those solves. Holsky, thank you so much for just catching me, but it is the end of the stream, and I keep sneezing. I'm telling you, I've got the filter, but the snow and stuff has melted, so whatever it is that's in the air is in the air more now. Whatever it is. All right, we're just going to do the thing that we do at these times.
If all else fails, flood the fort and let the new fort handle it.
I don't think I see deep space. Yeah, this is true. Quite frankly, if there's a problem, just start a new fort. Like, I know that's a bit extreme, but absolutely, if you are not enjoying the fort and there is something happening, then drop the load. Cut the rope, drop the load, start a new fort. Try to not cause whatever happened on the first one. If it keeps happening, then we can look into it. If you still have a problem or something like this, if you show up early in my stream, I have no qualms helping you with your problems. It's just I am raiding out. We're going to be doing our raid out into Redo because we have been doing a massive co-op plan project with Redo for like over a year now. So he is our go-to raider. I don't see like Deep Space or anyone else on either. Why does that sound so loud? I've got like a thing here. Thank you so much for subscribing, Nesmir. Hopefully, I will see you guys earlier in the stream next Saturday, and I can answer your questions and be more entertaining. Everyone, have a good evening. For those of you on the YouTube archive, thank you so much for watching. Catch you guys next